Okay. Things are working. Things are working slowly.
Yeah, I've put a note in to say we'll open the questions shortly.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Powder Monkey is connected, according to Twitch. And this. Okay. Yay, questions are now open. Okay, Knight's Knight's got 3 two-parter questions.
God help us.
You are live. You are live, Leslie. But I mean, but I do understand that. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Leslie going and watching those videos we were discussing earlier. I'm hoping for his sake he doesn't. I don't think it'd be good for his digestion. Oh, right. Hello, everyone. Oh, the Iron Brew is already here. Well, look, I've got a whole bottle of Iron Brew out because I thought we might get a lot of questions this evening. It is alternate history, and also last night I did kind of put up a video which was entirely focused on why the Royal Navy is in the current situation it is. And according to some people, I didn't blame the right side politically. I tried really hard to make sure it was evenly spread on both sides, and seeing as people from both sides are complaining I didn't blame the other side enough, I'm presuming I managed to do it accurately.
Well, that's how it works with the BBC, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, they get blamed by both sides for being not impartial.
Yeah, if they're getting attacked, that's the thing with the BBC. I will trust their stuff when they're getting attacked by both sides. When only one side is attacking them, then I go, hang on, what happened? Did you wander off the rails here? Lion, stop trying to tempt a knight to the purple side. He won't go. He won't go. He's team red. I myself am team Corgi. But I have a poodle with me, so therefore I think I count as I'm team Porgy or Caudle. So how is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Oh, hello, Dan. How are you doing?
Firstly, good evening to Dr. Dan.
Hey. You know.
Did you watch my video last night, or have you sensibly for your blood pressure avoided it so far?
I watched it. It's fine.
Oh, hello, Dan. How are you
doing? My blood pressure's fine.
Okay.
None of it was news.
I suppose that's a good thing about hanging around with me and Dracoff enough. None of this stuff will be news to you. Because if you hadn't already picked it up, we'd have been complaining about it near enough of you.
There is also the whole thing that the same thing happens in healthcare.
Oh, yeah.
I put a comment to that effect in, Dan, saying, my philosophy is certain ministries shouldn't be run by people who don't know what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. And PPE at Oxford or Cambridge does not qualify you to run the health service.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Hey, look, and this might reveal things, but I know an ex-forces officer who ended up who when he retired from a fairly decent rank in the forces, cross-trained and became immediately a director of a health trust, and I was sort of going, okay, you're a fairly good officer in your branch of the forces. You are fairly capable. I'm not sure how that teaches you how to run even with a quick conversion course, at director level, a NHS trust.
Did you say this person was from the Navy?
I said they were from the forces. I was very careful not to say which particular branch of the force they were.
No, it was just found myself kind of going, well, on the plus side, at least it won't sink.
Yeah. But no, life is fun sometimes. Life is really fun. So how is everyone else doing? How is everyone doing? As the questions percolate in, and as the panel arrives...
We have 13 so far.
We have 13 questions.
14 now.
14. Yeah.
And counting. People know the drill. I will take 30 questions and then I will close it.
Yeah. Wow. Apparently someone's age-restricted photos of a Royal Navy carrier battle group on Twitter now. Someone just linked to me and said they've age-restricted the pictures because apparently they're so bad. What are you going to show? The fact it's only got a couple of squadrons of F-35Bs on it. The fact that we haven't got enough F-35Bs to be deploying them to Akatori and also deploying a carrier battle group at the same time. So probably what will happen is the carrier will deploy to Cyprus and will pick up half its strike group from Akatori once it's there. Which would be good, because at the moment we haven't got the ability to rapidly deploy the support materials to support F-35s in bases like Akatori for more than a few months. So a carrier turning up to retrieve those aircraft is probably going to be sensible, because they are going to be doing hot servicing like anything. Please don't get me wrong. The maintainers are going to be doing a great job. The aircraft are going to be operational. But we have not set up Akatori to do long-term support for an F-35.
Because don't F-35s need special kind of TLC for their stealth coatings and things?
Yes, they do. They do lots of special attention. Lots of special care and love.
Mm. That would appear to be...
Yeah.
But then again, yeah. Britain in, oops, we accidentally got our procurement wrong.
The umpteenth time.
Yes, shock.
No, the thing is, we always plan to procure these things properly, and then we have some bright ideas about shifting to something else, and we have to get the money from somewhere. And we don't go, well, actually, now we don't want to do something else, let's add some money to the budget.
Yeah, no, that would be far too sensible. We must clearly rob Peter to pay Paul, who is mostly repaying a loan to Stephen.
Yes.
Because Jeff was financially incontinent. And Bob is unexpectedly unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably too simplified, but you know.
It's the way it goes. It's a constant. And you sit there and look through the whole of the UK procurement, you sit there and go, I don't know if it would actually be a one-stop solution to fix things, but I honestly do wonder if fixing the system so that no longer does the Treasury claw back the money at the end of the financial year, but if a department doesn't spend it, look, if they underspend it, you only start cutting the budget if they manage to underspend for 5 years in a row or something like that. If they underspend consistently for 5 years in a row, then you go, well, maybe we should cut your budget a bit. You've got a healthy amount of money saved up in your bank for if there's a problem, and we can look at it. But I think it shouldn't be a case of it's year by year, and I think it's not a sensible thing to look at it and go, okay, let's just keep clawing it back at the end of the year, because it doesn't lead to sensible spending.
When does it ever?
Are we still waiting for Dragon, aren't we? And Foxhole.
Can I just say something? Someone is doing really stupid stuff because they've got a picture of a street lined with cars parked alongside both sides of it, the whole way up and down, and they're going, this is third world. And I'm sorry, but that's been the UK in cities for years.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my entire life I've driven down roads like that.
That's called we have a bit of history, and our cities were laid out before the invention of cars for the most part.
Yes, and admittedly someone has parked their car in the middle of the road, and there is always the usual, sometimes antisocial sods who do that. You're not supposed to. It's illegal, and in a nice way, they're being very the fireman is being very nice, because most of the firemen I know would just go, let's smash you out the way then and see what happens, because you'll find the law's going to be on our side. But sometimes when they have brand new fire trucks, they get very, very sensitive about these things, and they don't want to damage the fire truck.
Which is understandable. Not wanting to damage the fire truck, I mean.
Yeah, you know, the fire truck's special. The fire truck, they've just got brand new. They don't want it getting scratched. Just because you couldn't, you couldn't park properly.
Okay, just to say, we have taken the 30 questions, and the
Let's
questions
start the
are now
question.
closed.
All cool.
We open when we get to near the end of the 30 questions.
When we get to about 5 left, I think. That's what we'll do tonight. As an
fair
alternate
enough.
history, we'll wait till we get about 5 left, because sometimes alternate history ones can go quite long. Okay. Fire engine should come with drop-down rams. No, because I know too many firemen who would enjoy using those things. I'm literally saying no. Senator, brand new fire truck, drive it around, 30-year-old fire truck, smash it. Yes, that's basically what happened. Okay, so is Montana the only one getting the stream lag, or are others getting it? Because it should be okay. No, not for me, from Timu. Okay. Guys, give them to Laurie. Glad your stickers arrived, Ryan Richards. I am going to be updating the stickers at some point over the next month or so. I'm only allowed to do it really once a year. But I am planning on updating them. So the stickers should be updated. But it's... How to put this? I left the stickers for a while because they were sometimes getting through, sometimes not getting through, and I was just going, I'll leave it the same for a bit, but I will update the stickers. They have full immunity to hit stuff. If it's in their way, if you're blocking a fire truck, they can do what they like to get. They can do whatever is considered necessary to deliver life-saving circumstances. So again, I think there's a difference if they are carrying, depending on what kind of call out they're going for. Oh, lorry drivers. No, we're not giving lorry drivers that power in the UK. If Hosannola had become the King of Spain in 1870, and France had also declared war on Spain, what does Spain get out of the Treaty of Frankfurt, and how does it affect geopolitics leading up to World War I? Oh, that's a fun one. Hohenzollern becoming King of Spain. Well, that'd be interesting, because the Treaty of Frankfurt... It's what ends the Franco-Prussian War. But if France has been invaded from both ends by both the Prussians and the Spanish, hello, guys. What parts of France would Spain want in 1870? That's an interesting question. What parts of France will France give Spain in 1870? Oh. Because the Spanish are very old school. They're going to want territorial aggrandizement. So might it be imperial? Could it be empire? Or will it be French territory in Europe? They'll want.
Might take Corsica.
Might go for Corsica. Might.
And the bits of North Africa.
North Africa, North African Empire, let's be honest, doesn't make much money. North African Empire is not really that financially useful. That was the big French and obviously most of the other nations' complaints about Britain, is that Britain had hoovered up not just most of the world, but also hoovered up most of the world that actually made any money.
Yes.
Yeah, Spain hasn't yet hit the nadir that it hits when it has to fight the Americans of basically having no money in the bank.
Yes, so this might actually stop that happening, because it might, if you go for the right options, then they don't have no money in the bank. And Corsica, I'm not sure that solves the money in the bank problem.
No, I'm fairly sure it will be costly unless the Corsicans want you, and they probably don't.
Let's be honest, the Corsicans don't really want anyone.
I'm not sure the Corsicans want other Corsicans who possibly just live next door to them, let alone, and quite possibly even the ones who are in the same house as them.
Yeah, they're a funny bunch.
We can't comment from the UK.
After all,
we're another strange little island full of people who speak strange languages and will fight each other and anyone else.
They gave the world Napoleon Bonaparte, but there you go.
No, they would argue they gave the world somebody with a distinctly different name who then decided to change it to Napoleon Bonaparte.
Oh, Napoleon di Bonaparte.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. But, let's see.
What, and then Harriet's answer, Spain takes Corsica and then sells it to the Italians.
Oh, that couldn't have been done. That would be interesting for them. I'm looking at a map of the French Empire in 1817, thinking which parts of this would Spain actually want.
Which part of it could Spain actually support in 1870?
I'm thinking...
They have Spanish Morocco.
I think it could be they would go for the West Africa part of the French Empire. Because that's down below Morocco. And that sort of gives them quite a interesting area. And if I look weird, it's because a poodle's just decided he's going to sleep beneath my chair in the small space underneath my desk, and he's trying to ferret himself into a space which is not designed for a poodle. So if I do any funny weird facial expressions, it's because a poodle's decided to try and stick paws in places which frankly no paw should go.
Hey, it's right next to his chair grease snack spot.
Don't get me started on that. Yeah, I think honestly they might go for West Africa. They might go for potentially the Ivory. Well, they've got the Ivory Coast. Yeah, I would say that because they could support something in West Africa, and that could make them some money. French Guiana, perhaps. Yeah,
it's French in the Caribbean. Oh, it's northern part of South America.
Guiana. Yeah, I suppose they could go, but I don't. No, I think they go for. I think they go for West Africa. There's a level of money they can make there, which is what I think they end up going for. But it'd be interesting to see what they would want, because if they're sensibly going for finances, they're going for West Africa. If they're going for traditional status and traditional territories, they are going for probably Corsica. Maybe somewhere along the Spanish-French border.
What? Not all the Basques.
That's what they might
all
actually
together.
do. They might actually go for all the Basques. Because they're just about stupid enough to think that's a good idea.
Let's have all the trouble in one basket.
Yeah, it's more a case of, well, if they're all part of us, then they will want to be part of us, sort of thing. But no, I don't think it's a sensible scenario, really, for anyone. I really don't.
But there's a second half to the question, which is, how does it affect geopolitics leading into World War One?
Well, first of all, you're going to have, if it's Spain, it's not really going to have any effect at all on geopolitics, because Spain ends up being a basket case. Even with Holzenoller in charge, it might mean that they avoid the Spanish-American War, presumably because basically they have the advantage of basically going, well, if you attack us, you will also end up in a war with Germany and Austria. And, basically wagging the German stick at the Americans and go, you don't want a war with us because you'll end up with a war with these guys and they'll be really nasty to you. Not sure if that really works. I'm not sure if America and Austria would really care enough to be actually get involved for a fellow German or Germanic leadership. They might do. Let's be honest, Kaiser Wilhelm is the kind of person who believes these sort of things could be a good idea.
Yeah, but how's he going to get the Royal Navy to transport its army to go and fight the Americans?
Because the Germans do actually, the Kaiserlich Marine is not that small even in 1900. And you don't need that large an army to get to Cuba, etc. And you don't need that large a navy to get to Cuba if you're fighting the Americans.
I think the ego of Mr. Kaiser Wilhelm. Yeah.
Yeah. There are options, though.
I was going to say, the ego of Kaiser Wilhelm, is he going to basically want to station large garrison forces?
Does he need to station a large garrison force?
I don't know.
The thing is,
that's
again,
why I asked the question.
Yeah. The thing is, with the Americans, the whole thing is take on Spain in many ways because it's isolated member of the European powers. So you can take it out quite easily and you can get the Philippines and other territories. However, if you've got to deal with forces like the Kaiserlich Marine's China Squadron and their forces over there, they call it the East Asiatic Squadron or something, from memory, and the other forces they have around the world, then it becomes a different problem. It becomes a scenario where, you might win the battle versus the Spanish ships, but then the Kaiserlich Marine shows up. So realistically, the Spanish won't want to get back into South America because, in a nice way, the quickest what happens then is they'll be booted straight out. They don't want it, so they're not going to go South American territory, so they go African territory. It's if they're being sensible. If they're being stupid, they go for Corsica and they go for the other territories which don't economically benefit them at all. If they've gone the route which doesn't economically benefit them, then frankly, what happens probably is that the Spanish-American War probably untails as much as it did before, but there might be a German involvement. In which case, the Americans might not get the complete walk in the park victory they had historically. They might have a more contextual result. As for any World War I scenario, well, that's going to be quite a long way down the road. Let's put it this way: Austria and Germany wouldn't care much, no. But if they put Hohenzollern and basically. Hohenzollern is basically, to an extent, definitely the German candidate, and to an extent, the Austrian candidate for the throne. If they will expect to get something out of this, and you protect your investment. So, don't think of it as about caring about Spain, its needs. Think about it as protecting their investment. Okay? That's the way life goes sometimes.
Shall we go on to question 2?
Let's go to the next question, yeah. Hi, Dragon. Penguin. How quickly could World War One crew could a World War One crew figure out modern ships, boats, even in a gunfight? Would they just somehow gaslight themselves if they saw an LCS weaving around at ridiculous speeds at the time? I'm not sure they would really sort of gaslight themselves extra, but they just wouldn't really have any frame of reference for it. And again, when it comes to crewing it, they could probably figure out some things because they're not going to be stupid. But it's able to be sort of worked out. But it's going to be definitely beyond their experience and knowledge. As we've talked about before, if you got sufficiently advanced technology and going back in time, you're basically Martians. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to depend on define modern, because once you start getting into the heavily computer controlled stuff, that's digital readouts. Yeah, they'll understand. They may understand what the screens are saying, but the ability to interface and make changes and set the set points for operation is going to be a challenge. Because the whole concept of microelectronics and computers is going to be completely foreign to them. World War II has slightly better hope, but World War I is a bit sugar.
Yeah,
I think stuff with switches, levers, and dials will be all right. It might be something they're used to.
Yes, but a lot of, like, if you take a flight, what are we at? Flight 3A Burke now? A lot of that stuff is, yes, there's switches, levers, and dials, but the primary, to use a modern term, human-machine interface is a LCD screen with an array of buttons and maybe a keyboard. And if you don't know what those buttons do, and you don't know how to map the buttons to the various things on the screens, you can screw up a lot of stuff quickly and put it into lockout, at best.
So, it's,
Like
it's also, I would presume, you'd have to presume that it had been a function so they could actually, if you're dropping them in there, If it's all locked out, then there's no chance of them controlling anything. But if it is set up so they can access it, they would certainly be able to figure some things out. It would take them. It wouldn't be an instantaneous process. It would take them a long time to get used to things. But there again, quite a lot of money is spent on designing stuff to be as intuitive as possible these days. Because you have to remember, the idea is that people are supposed to be doing these things under the stress of being shot at. And in a, maybe in rough seas and all sorts of scenarios which will be going distracting, you want to have a system which is, I'm not going to say idiot, but stressed person proof. As much as you can do it.
Yeah, if they're parked in a port somewheres and they have a couple weeks, yeah, they'll figure it out. But as far as dropping them into combat,
no, that's going to be that's going to be cruel, unusual, and quick punishment. Penguin Cannon 9000. How quickly could a World War I crew figure out modern? Well, answer that one. I forgot to tick it. Knights of Catron. If the USN built the 3,500 ton destroyer with 6-inch guns, how would the USN IJN respond, and why was it killed off? In my theory, it wasn't going to be built till post the treaty system, and frankly, the IJN would talk about responding. They'd probably put some great paper designs, but in the end, there's an infrastructure limitation on what you can and can't do, and I doubt anything actually comes out.
Isn't that basically a teeny tiny cruiser?
I wouldn't even call it a destroyer.
It is at that point. It's a baby cruiser.
Well, in terms of tonnage, yeah, but it's effectively just a small Leander. 8 6-inch guns and 4 twin turrets. 2 4-2 aft arrangement.
Can you even fit that on $3,000 with any?
No armor. It has hopes and prayers.
It's the fact they've also then put. It's even got what's called side-mounted torpedo tubes instead of centerline. It actually has a catapult for some reason in the version they're showing, which is.
This sounds
brave.
Extremely unstable. This makes Atlantis look like a standard battleship in terms of stability, I feel like. Unless it also moves glacially slow.
35 knots.
Yeah, I question the ship's stability and seaworthiness.
Be interesting. Anyway, let's go on to the Wayne's World, because this is one which me and Dragon have certainly been waiting for. I hear Foxo's not joining us. She has issues with her O key. Nothing, but she's in the chat. Foxo is in the chat, so watch out, chat. Remember, Foxo does have full admin powers. She can ban people.
Do it, Foxo. Ban the entire chat. Go mad with power.
Yes, I did, Knight, but... suspicious noises.
Wayne's World Son, have you read Dave Brin's Startide Rising, and what do you think of the multi-species ship design? I haven't read it. I'm always interested in multi-species ship design. It does seem to be pragmatic. It's one of the interesting things I find about Star Trek and a few other of the science fictions is they sometimes forget the ergonomics of the characters they're dealing with.
Actually, they don't as much in Star Trek.
No, it depends on the series, and it depends on the episode. There are some directors who've definitely allocated far more of their budget to thinking about the ergonomics than others.
It's more as soon as you look behind the scenes. Apparently, actually, most ships in Starfleet are usually almost monospecies.
Yes, which is
makes
also
it much easier.
It's a very strange methodology to run a force. I could understand them doing more things like, okay, so for those who are bipedal species, we set it up one way. For those who are aqua, we set them up another sort of way, sort of thing. I can understand that, but
yeah, this is more a science fiction discussion, so I'll get to that another day, perhaps. But it's actually fascinating when you look into how it all works. But as for Startide Rising, I'm afraid I've never heard of it.
This is the point where we find out the only one of us who's read it is Foxo, who's currently not on here. So, yeah, there are many people now poking Foxo, which is probably not a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, Montana, you should really shouldn't have done that.
All right. Lions. Alternate history. A surprising landslide that shocks everyone. The newly formed, boring but competent party wins the 2024 general election outright. What do you do as leader of the party, and how have you changed the last 18 months under your party's leadership? You see, the thing is the boring but competent party doesn't just include me, it includes Drac. We're also dragging in Garius to sort out things like transport. I think we even gave Fleet, Foxo, and Dragon roles. We worked out for it. It would be interesting, but the first thing I'd have probably done, and poor Dr. Dan is go, right then, let's actually do a system, a survey to try and find out what parts of each system of each sort of part of government are actually working, which ones are working as we want them, which ones are working, which ones are not working as we want them, which ones do we not know why they're working, and also what parts aren't working, and then once we've worked that out, then start fixing things. But I think my instantaneous thing to fix would have been, 18 months ago, would have been a whole massive orders of things like infrastructure investment and procurement of various, spare parts, the weapon stockpiles and those things. I think also I would have probably ended the spending the rule with the Treasury, with the spending rule that the money gets clawed back. It would be, I think, I've already talked about this a few times. I think my policy would be, you get your budget set for roughly for let's say 4 or 5 years. And then if you've underspent every year of those last 5 years, then we have a conversation about dropping a budget. But you're allowed to roll over funding as next year if there are problems. And also, I think I'm probably going to start having the rule of there being a pool of money in the Treasury for unforeseen operations. And that can be drawn on by the Ministry of Defence, but it could also be drawn on by the police service, the fire service, and those things, which are for operations which are beyond what were expected when the budgets were being set. If that makes sense. So you'll plan a certain level of operations, a certain level of, we'll expect to be doing this many exercises this year, we expect to be doing this many patrols, this many some things. I wouldn't instantly go in and double various budgets, because there's no point doubling them until you've worked them out. I certainly wouldn't have signed up to the thing of giving away building slots for the Type 26. I'd have probably preferred to invest money in growing the yard and growing its capacity to build ships. I would probably have gone with that rather than giving away building slots. And I would probably have done something similar with the Type 31. To try and ramp up building. But the thing is, ships takes years to build. The amount you can get done in 18 months is maybe have a good start to a good morning. But it's going to be 4 or 5 years. It's going to be 10 years before you get the things in place. Also, I would possibly, and again, I'd be really interested to hear the rest of the panel's discussion on this. I would also start a policy where the senior ministers, the Secretary of State, had to be voted into post by their select committee, and couldn't be removed without a vote by the select committee, to make it more difficult to get rid of the top people at the top, so that they are in post running it.
Probably would get more likely to get through than what I would want to see. Which would be, if you want to get your position in the future, you would have to actually have worked in that sector. So say if you've done stuff in, say you're becoming Minister for Transport, you must actually have had experience in the transport industry.
I think that can lead to problems, because I remember there was a guy many years ago who was very much a specialist in cars, and when he was put in charge of transport, he basically gutted the railways.
Yes, but then there's the counterpoint where the person who got put in charge of the Minister for Transport had never taken public transport in his life, had never helped on a plane, had never hopped on a boat, and had to be chauffeured everywhere.
Yes, well, the thing is, you hope to find us. Let me put it this way: I prefer to make it a sort of thing of with the defense, let's say defense select committee, with a cross-examination by the committee, etc., they get to choose whether this person's an absolute twit or not and shouldn't be put in the role. And also that's going to make probably the Prime Ministers a bit more cautious about who they put up for those jobs. For example, Gareth the Brit, in his North world, is a transport journalist and does all sorts of things as that, as well as everything else he does, and has done all sorts of interesting blogs on that. So, whilst he hasn't really, per se, worked in the transport sector, he's done so much on the transport sector over years, he actually has a very good ideas and very good understanding of it, from being a very close and passionate observer of it. So, I'd actually want to put him in, because he understands it as a whole. So it's a case of, well, you know what I mean. Because technically, if you're going, okay, you strictly have to work in that mission, that role, into something to do that, then that can be used as a straitjacket.
Then you end up with the whole army minister and navy minister in the Imperial Japanese Navy.
Yeah. So I prefer it to be sort of thing of, I prefer it to be a sort of thing of the select committees can cross-examine them and they can go, no, this person's a twit. We're not allowing them through.
To a degree, I thought that stuff was already meant to be in place currently.
No, it really isn't. And let's be honest, the Defence Select Committee has been asking for Rachel Reeves or someone from the Treasury to come and explain the Treasury's involvement in procurement, because the Treasury recently tried to claim basically the helicopter project. There was this really weird statement which came out from the Treasury, which was that they had been the ones who pushed it through. Okay, fine, so you're now making defence policy. That's great. The Defence Select Committee would like to meet with you. No, we don't. That's on our committee. We don't have to go to that. But if you're making defence policy now, you should go to the Defence Select Committee and actually explain your reasoning. Or alternatively, you shouldn't get involved in these things. But oh no, with the Treasury, we decide the budget. And that's why we're spending 1.3 billion on 23 helicopters, which is not even enough helicopters, and is a lot of money for that.
Basically, it sounds like they want to have their cake and eat it too.
Yes. And the whole reason, what's really funny about that program is the Defence Secretary had been due to go make a big speech at the particular factory where those helicopters will be assembled, and that was cancelled because the Treasury were disputing whether to pay for it. And so he didn't go and make the speech. They sent a junior minister to visit anyway, all those things instead. And then almost eventually the next day, suddenly it's announced and the Treasury are taking credit for it. And you sit to go, oh, for God's sake, you're paying for little political point games within your own party.
Yeah, this is why I normally leave more politics stuff to Foxo.
And I would say, I would love this to be the first time this has happened. But no, I can show you stuff which Gordon Brown did. I can show you stuff which George Osborne did. I can take you back even further. The last time we actually had the guy called Clarke in the Conservatives prior to Gordon Brown, who was Ken Clarke, who's no relation. My family have checked heavily. We haven't found any connections. Trust me, we'd have pruned them if we had.
None here either. None here either.
He also used to like to play these games. This is something which has been going on for... Margaret Thatcher didn't have in her government, but let's be honest, she did call her ministers the wets. And they were probably all too scared of her to actually do this sort of thing. They probably would have liked to do this sort of thing. But Margaret Thatcher would have gone, no, the limelight is all for me.
Yeah, I just get annoyed at politics.
I would like to draw the panel's attention to one Winston Spencer Churchill, who was Chancellor at one stage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then he stuffed his spending doing it.
The blade.
Hey, Foxo.
Give me Foxo.
Have them stand up for what they believed in, with dueling pistols at 10 feet.
No. Because then we have to have so many.
Guns.
No, Foxo. We have to have so many by-elections. That would drive me insane. Okay,
Hey,
Listen,
so-
You
Virginia's
you solve the by-election in the same way. One old
Virginia-
person versus another old person.
listen.
Who's-
The
Rona,
state
let
of
me finish.
sorry.
I can't. No, I can't dare say anything.
Fine, and then
Foxo, go on. Foxo, please continue.
Oh, she's gone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just too much drooling. It'll be scary. There'd be by-elections
I was
everywhere.
going to say that Virginia's on track to have 3 elections this year. Send the voters to the poll 3 times this year. So, surely the UK can catch up to that and beat that number.
Joel, no, UK is not like Indonesia at all. It's supposed to all be go for... Basically, the UK has a representative democracy parliamentary system. Okay? And the whole idea is we elect the representatives and they make the decisions for us. Which is why when people turn around and go, well, you know what? Who's responsible? It's the public because they voted for these people to be in power. And I go, yes, but does your average voter on the street think they're voting for a party which is going to be so inept at running the defence system that the UK is going to end up functionally disarmed? No. They presume that the whole point of having an elected representative is that means you're electing someone to do this as their full-time job so that they can concentrate in their full-time job. That's why we have representative democracy, not direct democracy. Oh. No, Matthew
That's
Keeling, we are
occasionally
not...
the problem with.
We are not using
I was
VR
gonna say,
programs
there's
for
a-
dueling. We are not, Matthew Keeling. That would just... No. Oh, God, that would turn into a whole new television series. Britain's Got Dueling.
We want to reduce the number of politicians in action, not keep them the same.
Okay.
I would say there's occasionally an issue with the people we do elect, in terms of what we later find out about them. But no, the one of the facets that Dr. Clarke didn't cover would be a part of how big his mandate would be about what they could do.
Yes, basically, have I got a large enough party that I can ignore anybody who's going to rebel on my side? But I have this thing. I will put it all in the manifesto, and I will make all my candidates sign up to it. And basically, the rule will be: if you do not follow this manifesto and do not support the things which are in this manifesto, you get to spend 2 hours locked in a room with Drac.
Are you making Drac your chief whip?
No.
Drac is the chief flail.
No, Drac is I think was going to take the Home Office, or something like that. I'm not sure what he was deciding what he was going to have. I'm not sure who we were putting in the Chancellery. But either way,
I would be splitting
Drac was
I'd be splitting the Home Office up into small pieces.
Drac basically, basically the plan was Drac would give them an up close and personal demonstration of his Greek fire experiments.
I would take the Home Office and cut it up into small pieces because it is too big for one person to run.
Yeah, I'd say something similar about sections of about the NHS these days. Right then.
Did you just go meep, Dan?
Ish.
Timu, how would the War in the Pacific go if the Japanese would have working magnetron before 1955? That's actually a question in the patrons at the moment up for vote. So I'm not going to answer that because I'll let everyone else answer that. But there's a chance that a patron video on that wins. So, how do you think the War in the Pacific goes if Japan has a working cavity magnetron before 1935?
More U.S. losses, basically.
At the end of
Other
the
than
day,
that,
How
takes a little longer. But
how
Steve?
many units can they produce?
if it's starting before 1935, they should have it worked up enough that they can produce enough that they need for their needs in 1941. We've got 6 years. Thank you, Ruben.
Okay.
Can I be an RFA Commodore, Dr. Alice? Actually, at this point, I would be looking for them because expanding the RFA is one of the few things I would do without bothering to ask anyone. And this idea of privatizing a couple of ships, no, I'd have basically gone pay increase, agreed, and can we get more of these ships working, please? And can I order some more? And those store ships which are being built on slow-mo, I'd like them built rapidly, please. I'd like them in service. I'd like all three in service, and I'd like, probably about another 4 or so tankers. I would probably like the Fleet Auxiliary to be a scenario of 4 store ships and 8 to 12 tankers. Just as the baseline, and that's before we get LSLs and everything else. Because it's also a major asset we can use to support our allies. You need more. You always need more tankers than you do store ships. You need at least a store ship and a tanker per carrier battle group. Preferably 2 tankers per carrier battle group. So that basically means that you always have those off. And if you have 4, you usually have 2 available to store ships. And if you have 8, you usually have 4 available. So that means you end up with functionally an extra store ship and a couple of extra tankers for other duties, which are useful. This is what I find funny when people start doing this stuff, fantasy fleets. You sit there and go, I'm generating this many ships, so I have X available. X available is not a large number. It's basically what you need and a bit of a contingency. Jonathan Moon, what would be needed for... LLBC to become an independent local power, and how would that shape the area's history? Okay. Can someone please tell me what LLBC stands for? Because I might have just seen too many acronyms in the last few hours. Because does anyone on the panel know? Imperial Iron Brewing Company. Society. Please put Pirates of the Burning Sea or POBs in the question when you're going to be doing that, because I'm sitting there going, which of the country groups that I know of at least an IIRC, and there's an IIBG, and there's an II. Okay, which one is it? It's Imperial Iron Brewing Company. Okay, if they took over a couple of islands and were able to keep those and become an independent local power and set themselves up infrastructure-wise and industry-wise with enough income to do that, which you could if you could run the plantations in a sufficiently economical way in those periods, yeah, it could work. Yeah, Redbird, my little cousins are watching, so we keep the language PG a bit. Because I'm the only boy in about 40 cousins, and that's in my generation, and below that there are many, many more, and they watch their uncle's video lives on the Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure why, but apparently it's what's good on now Top Gear's not here. So any bad language they learn, I get blamed for it. Despite the fact that quite a lot of their parents work on oil rigs, shipyards, and even one-down mines. So I would say I'm probably not the source of the bad language, but I apparently get the blame for it. Would it be interesting?
Sorry, I stepped away. What was IIBC?
Imperial Iron Brewing Company. Pirates of the Burning Sea, my friend. Pirates of the Burning Sea. 9681. So, if World Warships Tier 9 large cruiser Fort Worth got built, how useful would she be, and how practical is Tier 9 Fort Worth announced in World Warships dev blog? She is an Alaska and 8-inch cruiser schemed CAB hybrid armed with 9 254mm guns and 18 127mm guns in triple mounts. Okay, I'm going to let Dragon take lead on this while I hug the poodle. Purely because the Poogle's asking for it, and also because I can already tell from the noises I've heard from Dragon, it's sufficiently depressing.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, for some reason they've took the standard American 5-inch secondary and decided to make it into triples.
Because, why not?
Yeah. I said it's now an Alaska hull in a 4x3 configuration with 10-inch guns.
Yes, because 10-inch has always been an improvement in life.
Yeah.
And also, hang on, Mike, in nicest way, she's gone from 9 12-inch to 9 10-inch? Why?
12 10-inch.
Oh, 12 10-inch. No, it says
still
9 on
it. No, it is 9. I'm trying to bring the devlog back up and being a pain. But either way, it's just a very weird ship. It's a case of, why are we doing this?
Well, could they have at least gone to 12 in 3 quadruple mounts of 10-inch guns, or...
if you're dropping... yeah.
Or 12 in terms of 4 triple turrets with 10-inch guns. But surely you could have done something better than... You've gone for 10-inch, so you've got no improved rate of fire over a 12-inch, and you've got a drop in penetration.
Yeah, it is. 3x3, 10-inch. Let's... yeah, not going to talk about the character because that's just me. Oh, also now she has torpedo tubes. Deck-mounted torpedo tubes. In 2 quintuple launchers. 1 per side. Which I'm sure the US Navy absolutely loves that idea of deck-mounted torpedoes on our cruisers again.
Why, in the name of all things holy? Okay, the Brits do it, but the Brits do it mainly on their 6-inch gun cruisers because it's their way of countering if they run into anything bigger. But why would you do that on a ship which is carrying guns which are... No. Just no. Look, I know America likes to produce a lot of designs, so does the Royal Navy, so does a lot of navies. They like to produce a lot of designs. So that sometimes these are design studies to show why they shouldn't do something. I'm guessing if this does have a history and everything, it's a design study which was a case of, this is what we shouldn't do. The big clue, by the way, is the 10-inch guns and the triple 5-inch mount. If you want a good example of how to muck something up, make it a triple mount. Remember the British and the triple 4-inch gun for using for air defense? And how bad that was on the Renown and Repulse? Because when you're wanting to move something around and swivel it around, having triple very quickly to track things like aircraft and small ships, adding that third crew in, adding that third gun, adds a level of complication you don't want.
Just for people in Discord, this is what she looks like, and you have to be cursed with this knowledge too. The fact that
are you putting this into the question Q&A chat?
Cyclic and no, I put it into both Cyclic and Bruships. I can put it into Q&A.
Can you put it into QA so it'll flash up for everyone?
Oh. I'm just going to click on and get to that. There you go.
So it's a giant case of why.
Yeah. Yeah. I do not see why they would do this. They say it's meant to be a hypothetical of what if the Americans went a slightly different direction with them, going with a 10-inch gun because of rate of fire advantage over 12-inch.
There is none.
Mm-hmm.
There is none. There is no rate of fire advantage. there is it was argued, but every testing was whatever theoretically was viable. 10 inches actually lowest, the smallest level which these start to have the same rules apply as capital ship guns. Actually, it's basically anything over 9.5 inches. But no, just no. I do say it to them. I love them dearly. They're lovely people. I do a lot of work with them, for free, actually, armchair admirals. And I love doing it because I love reaching people and chatting about naval history. But no, just no.
And also, to be fair, if this does come out at the same time the Alaskas do, just why? There's not really any purpose of this, because you're not getting it quicker than in Alaska, realistically.
No.
So, and in the post-war world, yes, we now got something that costs almost as much as an Iowa. It doesn't even have the 12-inch.
No, it's
got these weird triple 5-inch mounts, which we've not used on anything else.
No.
Just slow them down compared with.
Yeah, because they haven't designed an entirely new
Also,
mount.
think about it from the point of view of the sensibility here. You could add an extra twin turret of 5-inch guns either side, and therefore, in terms of your air defense, you get 2 more turrets to spread it out for the same amount of guns. And that means if you lose one gun, you've only lost 1/6. No, just no. What if Imperial Germany in 1914 got 150 mine-laying submarines? The Royal Navy is going to be crying. Honestly, this is the thing that's often forgotten about World War One. The Germans in World War One came far closer. The Kaiserliche Marine came far closer to blockading successfully and starving Britain out than the Kriegsmarine did in World War Two. Okay? You will hear a lot of people talk about how great the Kriegsmarine were in World War II with their submarine campaign. The Kaiserliche Marine were far better and they achieved far more. Partially because the British dealt with the Kaiserliche Marine, that they actually were prepared for a lot of the Kriegsmarine's tricks in World War II. They learnt from them and had prepared them. This is one of the things which sometimes gets me into trouble. I will give you a free with other academics when I start pointing out these facts. But the other one is, the most successful part of the Kaiserliche Marine's actual efforts were their mine-laying submarines. The mine-laying submarines are the ones which do the most damage, because they would lay their mines and then be off somewhere else using their torpedoes, and their mines would also be racking up kills.
Putting the mobile into mobile minefield.
Yes. Waynesboro, have you read E.R. Burroughs' Martian series, and what do you think of the airship battles? Yes, a long time ago, and... well, they took place in the book, and they made sense, I suppose, in the logic of the book. Anyone else?
Should I be concerned? It's stuff to do with Martians, and there's that basically airship battles. Because that sounds like something to be concerned about.
I had a friend during my masters who was obsessed with every book that had anything to do with airships in it, and I'm presuming it was the Martian. That was the Martian ones which he made me read.
So you had a friend who was steampunk before steampunk was cool.
But so this
No, he
reminds me
used to
of
turn up at
someone.
university wearing steampunk.
Oh, okay. So do we blame him for steampunk?
As his everyday clothing. I have no idea, but all I know is that he was nice. But there again, it was a course called Masters in International Conflict.
So
MSc,
you're saying he
International
was
Conflict.
nice in the way that indicates that he was nice but heavily autistic.
It was Masters in International Conflict. Believe it or not, I was the one who had the personal skills on that course.
Given that you teach and run a reasonably successful YouTube gig, I can find it very believable, actually.
Yeah. The fun thing, a really
I'm
fun
sitting
thing for
here-
me about that course is because there had been a dispute with them, they had no military historians to teach some of the military parts of it. So because my B-Res had been basically military history, they actually had me teaching the course, which I was also writing my own papers for, and then they would mark it according to a mark scheme which I'd advise them on how to do.
That feels like cheating.
No, that feels like it's.
That feels like Britain in the interwar period negotiating the treaties.
Look, I wasn't supposed to do the mark scheme, but then they found no one else could do the mark scheme. And as I was teaching the course, I might as well set the mark scheme. And because I had to sit the course, I had to provide essays for the course anyway, because I was supposed to be taking the course, I did. But they also knew that I'd been told by Kings that all I had to do was pass my Masters, and as far as they were concerned, I was in for my PhD. I had to get basically the IR bit of a Master's course done, so I'd done the science as well as the history. Seneca, what if the French hotel battleships turned out to be the best thing since sliced bread, even better than the Dreadnought? Then the world gets
Fleet
disturbing very quickly.
Yeah, Fleet wouldn't be the person he is today.
Now, actually, Fleet would probably love the Dreadnought, but actually, there is actually a scenario where that happens, strange enough. In a scenario where the Junocol proves far more practical, the height and space of the French battleships, which allow you to carry far more secondaries to engage such ships under those times, would actually prove quite viable. However, longer term, there's always the problem with small ships that when you're fighting with ocean, that doesn't really have the same impact, and that's the point about Dreadnought. Dreadnought is an oceanic battleship, or at least a large sea battleship. And what's also forgotten about Dreadnought is how many 3-inch guns she carried. And the fact is that they did have designs and ideas which would have seen those guns, other guns in casemates, as happened in later for developments of the Dreadnought, or alternatively, even small turrets. Closer to mounts more than turrets, I would have to say. Closer to shielded mounts than more than turrets. But the thing is, the French could have been better. They're more contemporaneous, though, the French hotels with the Royal Sovereigns. And so, you can argue in some ways they are better than them. They are better in terms of their ability to defend against small craft. However, the Royal Sovereigns had the advantage of actually being able to handle themselves in a seaway and manoeuvre when they were supposed to. And, well, as we pointed out before, the Royal Navy basically has a policy of they build the ships which turn up and are in that period, especially in the sort of the late 1800s, early 1900s, of building the frigate about and find out ships. I.e., you frigate it about. This ship's here now. It'll make you find out. And because the Royal Navy's the way they are, this ship did not turn up alone. It came with friends. Who are mean and perfectly looking forward to the idea of, oh, you've gone Junocol! Cute! Dinner time!
So what I'm hearing is they'll do a Warrior and Black Prince moment again.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is Warrior and Black Prince don't turn up alone. If you look at the squadrons they're operating with when they first launch, they don't wander around alone. They come with pals. Yes.
You mean they turn up and go, we're the very nice, polite people who come here to say hello. On the other hand, these people around us, points at other ships, they're the nasty bruisers, and whilst you have Je ne Cole, they have city-destroying bombardment artillery. Such a nice city you've got here.
It's more a case of...
Also lovingly within range of our artillery.
more done in the way of, hello, so we are Warrior and Prince and Black Prince. As you know, we're powerful enough to wipe out your entire navy solo. We brought our friends. So there's no even chance of you overwhelming us. Because we brought our friends. And basically it's a large group of black-hulled Royal Navy warships singing a variation of We Are Family. Basically, I brought all my sisters with me.
Possibly a variation on the Millwall song of something like "Nobody likes us, we don't care."
Yes.
There's also the inverse of, oh, it's nice of you to visit us, Royal Navy light cruiser, or what would it be, protected cruiser, or Royal Navy torpedo boat destroyer. Yeah. What brings you out this way? Oh, I'm attached to the Warrior Squadron.
Yeah. Although
he just got sent over here on a goodwill and agreement sharing mission.
Yeah. Although this is one of the interesting things I saw in the comments the other night, in the comments about yesterday's video, because there was somebody going, "Well, our American carrier battle group is deployed with X number of ships." I mean, I've already done a video about this where I pointed out that, and actually gave the evidence of it, whilst American carrier battle groups do tend to go out to sea officially with a larger number of ships tallied to that group, they're also more often than not deployed elsewhere and wearing multiple hats, because the Americans, even with their larger force, don't have enough ships for all the missions they have. So you will sometimes have a scenario where a Arleigh Burke, which is part of a carrier strike group, on the list of ships assigned to that, is also wearing the hat of doing port visits even a couple of thousand, if not more, miles away from the carrier battle group. And it's a case of, on paper, they are right. And I'm going to do a comment response video probably at some point to those things. And I'm going to go, on paper, you are right. But in reality, the US Navy is being, in its own way, just as badly run as the Royal Navy. But it's in its own way. They're not making the same mistakes as the Royal Navy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that as the British government, the Royal Navy, but they're doing their own mistakes, and
we're making different mistakes. Isn't that grand?
Yeah. The more thing I'm worried about is when the Burks start to retire. The Flight 1 Burks, because some of them are going to retire in clumps, and you have to remember there's a gap in the building. And I don't know if the Burke production is going to be able to keep up with the replacing the gap, which is left by the Zumwalt's not being built, the Tycho's being retired, and then the Flight 1's being retired. I think you could end up seeing American destroyer numbers drop, at least short term, and that's going to cause some really interesting fun things in about 5-6 years' time.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm sure the tariff money will offset that, and we'll be able to build it up, and Rasputin.
If this was not the place, there's a lot of fun stuff going on with that. I would love to mention, but I'm not going to.
I've seen most of it.
What, the Nintendo one?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, Nintendo is suing the US government.
Yep. Congratulations! We just raised several $1 billion by taxing the.
No. The fun thing here is you've got one of the most litigious governments in the world now taking on one of the most litigious computer game corporations. We have finally got to work out who is more powerful, a litigious corporation or a litigious government.
Unfortunately, it'll probably end up working as the government.
This is America, so it's automatically the corporation.
See, no one knows.
If that happens,
this is going to be interesting.
Good, but...
In the nicest way, considering the amount of departments in the world which now teach as part of their international relations departments, lawfare, as in carrying out war by legal means. This is going to provide a case study which is going to go through the ages. And every other country is going to be looking at their rule book, their law book, and going to go, right then, how do we make a law so this never happens to us?
Basically, you just make it so that you can't sue your own government, which most governments have laws for that.
Senakira, what did the French answer that one? Answer that one. Carrot 1151. do we know what a campaign to attack Japan would have looked like if the RN had retained Singapore? If Singapore hadn't fallen, once you'd shorn up Malaya, you probably wouldn't have had so much of Indonesia fall, because Singapore would act as a barrier for that and make it very difficult for them to resupply those forces. And so you would probably see a pushing up from there. So potentially Singapore would be the basing point to go for the Philippines and these sort of things. It would be an interesting whole campaign. Probably wouldn't be that different from too different from historically, but it would be not as much fighting in terms of the Indian Ocean, in terms of Indonesia. It would push the things that much further north. HMS Ford, in your Operation Deadline video, you mentioned how curious it was that Type 23 subs were the first to be scuttled. Any speculation as to why? Yeah, no one wanted the Russians actually retaining hold of any of them. There were some of the. It's one of the things of, again, the coastal boats were actually some of the more more worrying boats in some ways than the 21s. People focus on the 21s because they're the big, sexy oceanic boats. But the 23s were, in many ways, more interesting. More interesting. But yeah, it would be intriguing to see how it would have happened. But yeah, I'd say it's because the 23s were some of the more capable ones. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if, starting in 1939, Japan started construction of a unified flak network of Type 5 15cm AA guns and Type 3 12cm AA guns for defending the home islands and their territorial acquisitions?
Neat, some more bombers get shot down.
Pretty much. How do I put this politely? Okay, so, when we're talking about an air defense scenario, you have got your bombers are your attackers. If we're going with football as in Europe, as in British football, as the sort of options, your AA guns are your defenders. Your fighter aircraft are your midfielders. So your bombers are going out to try and suppress enemy airfields. Your fighters are trying to intercede anything as it crosses the pitch. Defenders are trying to stop things, working for managing to mass on the goal. And whichever guns you have locally in terms of short-range anti-air defense are your goalkeepers trying to prevent things off. Now, the thing is, yes, you've made a massive investment in defenders. So maybe you're running, I don't know. You have 10 men on the pitch, don't you? 10 people in the team? From memory?
Nope. Don't give up football.
You know which side of the ball to kick.
You have the goalie, then you have the 2 attackers, 4 midfielders, and 4 defenders as a rule. So in this scenario, you basically got 5 defenders. You put the money into defenders. But that might mean you only have 3 midfielders, and it might mean you only have 2 attackers, or alternatively, you don't have a goalie. So that's the problem. Is whenever you're taking the money away from somewhere, you've not got infinite money. Would be interesting to see though. It would give them something, but basically Japan has good ideas about air defense. It's implementation that's the problem. And realistically, part of the problem is the fact that they lose a lot of their very good pilots very early in the war. Because they don't have enough pilots. It's the fact of, why do you not go for the over 90 percentile, 90th percentiles and above as your pilots? Why do you go for the 80th or even 70th percentile and above for your pilots? Because that provides enough mass that your top pilots can actually manage to do their jobs. Because at the worst point, it provides other targets for enemy aircraft to concentrate on. At best point, it provides people who might get lucky and might improve in combat.
And it might also give the people who test horribly but actually perform fairly well a chance to work.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watch answer that one. Calvin Gersberg. Can Runon enlighten me on how to use the best Excel in EVE online gate campaign and on low sec roaming?
No.
What?
I make the meme that EVE Online is basically Spreadsheet Simulator 2005, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to think, they apparently think that I know how to play EVE using a spreadsheet.
I was going to say, have you actually played EVE?
Yes, actually I have.
Okay, good. Otherwise,
When
I would
was
have
in
shot
college.
you.
I found it to be incredibly boring
Now that is fair.
and have not played it, especially because I think it's EVE is a subscription model, isn't it?
No, there's free to play and subscription. But free to play, you're limited to just to a maximum. Your skills can only get to a certain level, which technically means there is a limit to what ships you can get.
So it's freemium, basically. Or pay. Actually, that would be pay to win, I would say. If opening up your wallet gives you a gameplay advantage, it's pay to win.
Apart from the fact that, technically speaking, it doesn't get you an advantage, because a lot of the time, EVE's complicated in that regard. But
yes, jokes about it being spreadsheet simulator.
The answer to it is you have one monitor, 8 accounts running, all running mining ships with what ships are going after what. You have different setups for what skills you need, what equipment you're running, and what implants your pilots have. You have all of this linked to one master reference sheet, and you go from there each day, updating it as needed. In fact, I believe there's even what's called programs that should do this for you.
To answer questions in reverse, because one question's going to be quick and one question's going to be longer. Gossi Padra, wonder if you saw the Jacob Rees-Mogg video and what your thoughts were. I have watched it. I think it was very carefully worded, but slightly more political than I would like for my defence discussion in terms of apportioning responsibility. And Knight6831, if the Sukhoi Su-33 Flanker D wasn't restricted on its payload due to Kuznetsov's design, how much more capable would the Russian carrier be, given the Su-33 payload puts in on par with the F-18? Now, can I let the panel start off while I'm counting the questions in? So I'm making sure we only get 10 in. So, can you all answer the question quickly while I sort of do that? 2.
I don't know enough to have an opinion.
It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, admittedly, more friend of mine, but the problem is, that means, so technically it's more, we're having to redesign both Kuznetsov and the Flanker in this Flanker D in this instance.
So as for how much more, Kuznetsov.
As for how much more effective it'll be,
more effective?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be overly dramatic a change unless...
I mean, they still are only going to, have one carrier operational, which also has to do their training and work up for the air group. So it'll be able to deploy, about once every 4 years? Or something?
Not going to be great.
It's going to be limited because it doesn't have the things like carrier onboard delivery for logistics. It doesn't have airborne early warning and control. It doesn't have a kind of fairly slick system of forming a battle group around itself. I mean, yeah, they'll have a mild to moderately more capable single carrier occasionally. That's putting them on a par with France?
Honestly, I'd say the French are probably still more effective, though.
For no other reason than they have the LHDs.
It's not going to be a bonus for direct strike.
It's
going to have the advantage of it's going to put the Russian military-industrial complex in the carrier fighter and the carrier strike fighter export role. So there will actually be competition to the American aircraft. which might help the Chinese with outfitting their carriers.
Mm.
Given how an actually mature Su-33D that's not been crippled by being forced to operate off Kuznetsov would be an equivalent to F-18.
Because then,
Okay.
so
Yay.
how many countries actually bought F-18 Foxo? Do you know, roughly? Because I'm curious if these countries would pretend. Yes, you're right, entirely right that this would be competition to the F-18. I'm just sort of curious who will be interested in competing. I know, is it the Canadians and Australians looked at them?
The F-18.
I'll say-
Well, the Canadians, Australians, the Australians have them.
Yeah.
The F-18. The Canadians have F-18s. The Australians have Super Hornets. I was enjoying. Someone the other day said, "Oh, it's only America and China which have Seed aircraft," and I went, "No, the Australians also have E-18Gs." But that was just me being, basically my ears pricking up and going, "No, they have them." In terms of the F-18, that's used by the USMC, the Finnish Air Force, the Spanish, and the Canadians, with their variations on it. Also Switzerland, and Malaysia, and Kuwait.
So there's perhaps one or two which might be interested in Su-33 then, instead of it.
I don't think the Kuwaitis would go that way, not after the Gulf War. The Swiss tend to not go that way. But, there were others who looked at them that did decide not to buy it, but that's Austria, Chile, Czech Republic, Hungary, Philippines, Poland, Singapore. So, I think it actually could be a more of a composition of things like the Rafale than the F-18, if that makes sense. Because you've already decided you're not buying American, then, There are a lot of people who are tweeting various images of the video from yesterday with people bashing their heads on things, or basic lines of, "This is excellent, as long as you can go the whole way through with a bruised forehead." I wasn't doing it to cause people that level of trauma.
Yet to watch it, but intend to do so at some point.
What is your tipple of choice to keep your morale up?
What now?
Invest heavily.
What is
in
your
it.
tipple of choice to keep your morale up? If you're, what do you drink to keep keep yourself happy? I drink Iron Brew.
Soda flavored the soda cream variant of Dr. Pepper.
Well, basically, nicest way. I'm the person who recorded it, and I still managed to make through 4 liters of Iron Brew last night watching it. So, yeah. Bonewheel Boy, impacts on the English Navy if no Norman conquest. Now, I'm going to leave this all with you with Foxo in charge, so everyone has to listen to Foxo, while I put the poodle in the garden. And the reason I'm doing that is because I think if no Norman conquest, I think Foxo's going to have fun with this one. So, impacts on the English Navy if no Norman conquest. Come, poodle, to garden.
Right. Okay. Right. So just the layouts and groundworks here. What is noticeable as the Royal Navy forms 300 years after the Norman conquests, with the first semi-professional-ish continuous fleet being formed. I want to say Edward the First. Yes, it is Edward the First.
The
Which,
alternative is if
Let her finish.
England stays more kind of Viking-y and it's built on the tradition of kind of Alfred the Great and things. And
I know. I will go find you your biscuits.
the issue with that is there's no continuous professional, even the basics of continuous navy, even under Alfred the
This is
Great.
the last bag of
First time you
biscuits.
see a continuous navy
last
is
bag.
from then on is Edward the First, who is
Right.
200 years after the Norman conquests. And that's 200 years of feudal English politics. Which, given the attitudes of parts of the Kingdom of England, you might not see a Kingdom of England in 200 years of the Norman conquest. Or in England as we would recognise England. Given just how powerful the Earls of Northumbria actually were at this point, even after the Norman conquests. Because the issue is the Royal Navy probably would form because England still needs a navy.
And they do have ships, which are part. They do have ports which are supposed to provide ships, which was the thing which, to an extent, Alfred the Great has set up. But
Yes.
really, it's inheriting stuff his father had already done.
Yeah, because I remember correctly, the Greek ports only come into existence after the Norman conquests.
That's what they
Which
That's what they're named to after the Norman conquest. But before then, there have been some towns which were burhs, which were supposed to provide soldiers and protect certain places, and there were some towns which were the equivalent of that, but were supposed to provide ships to protect the coast.
It's fair.
Um,
But it's one of those you're going too far back to really say.
You're going to change things quite a bit. I'd say... It's more you have an England developed without the Angevin Empire. And that's both a source of money and a source of weakness for the English crown. So... Yeah.
Because just thinking about it, you might not actually see what we would call Wales forming as a subject of the English crown, because that was the Anglo-Saxon monarchs had a policy of settlement and colonization of the Welsh marches, compared to the relative autonomous Welsh marches that the Normans used to keep the Welsh under control while they were off fighting in France.
Yeah. There was no concept of having the Marcher Lords.
Yeah. It was the Welsh being uppity, alright, settle a whole bunch of people from Mercia into Wales.
Goodness gracious me.
Yeah. You've got to deal with the fact that Anglo-Saxon England was very isolationist.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it was versus it wasn't trying to be an expansionist empire.
Well, it was trying to be expansionist, just not outside of the British Isles. Because even as early as even as early as 1980, you're starting to see Anglo-Saxon attempts to colonize and conquer Ireland after they get through southern Wales, with them taking what would be called Waterford and Dublin in that period.
Yes, but it wouldn't be British history if it didn't involve regular forays to Ireland to commit war crimes.
But when it came to interacting with Europe at large, the Anglo-Saxons were isolationist. And you don't really see stuff like the opening of trade routes to the Dutch wool traders in Flanders until the Normans come and open up the country by conquering it.
It would be interesting to see what a isolationist Britain does sort of happen. I could see them being. It's going to sound strange. I could see them actually almost trying to take control, carrying out a similar policy as they're carrying in Wales, in Ireland earlier, because of worry about people using Ireland to get control of their, surround them, especially the Vikings. Oh, by the way, here's a fun thing from my comments the other day. Scotland doesn't need a defence policy or any defences because it's only ever been invaded by England.
Someone should tell the Irish that.
The Norse
And
called,
the North.
they'd like the Shetlands, Orkneys, Isles, Western Isles back. They will be coming in a few long ships, and
Also,
but they will limit themselves to consensual things rather than any other business.
Also, there's this wonderful idea when the people put out things that Scotland never invaded England, and I sit there and go, no, England and Scotland were basically the only reason we stopped fighting each other was because we were unified under one crown. Even when we were theoretically allies at certain points, we were still raiding each other.
Yes.
It's like, it's what I have to point out repeatedly. York wouldn't have been such a massive series of fortifications to fight the French.
No. Neither would Newcastle or all those other places, out there.
Newcastle would not have had to have 4 different new castles if it wasn't for the Scottish.
Yeah.
I was recently talking to someone who claimed that Newcastle and all of England down to York was rightfully part of Scotland.
Come and tell
So
someone from Newcastle that.
Well, it's more that those bits of England and quite a large chunk of South East Scotland should just be an independent country.
No.
And not part of either.
No.
No.
Cat, but I don't know about the.
Can I just say, I have a very expensive dog because I'm currently ordering his biscuits, and his box of biscuits is now over £40.
Yeah, but that's a big box, isn't it?
It is a 10-kilogram box, but it's it's still, yeah.
Actually, so, y'all want to know a quick fact? Well, people in chat want to know a quick fact.
Go on.
Most people from lowland Scotland, even as far back as the Norman Conquest, were very heavily related to and were part of the Anglo-Saxon settlements of the British Isles. With large portions of southern Scotland being a part of the petty kingdom of Northumbria.
Yeah, they spoke Scots rather than Gaelic. Or Gaelic.
Yeah. And at that point in time, Scots was virtually indistinguishable from Northumbrian.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a nice way.
And then
It's... What can I say? Yeah. There's a lot of really weird stuff on the internet sometimes about the relationship with them. I still do love that about 2/3 of the Scots independent super Twitters go silent every time you have problems in Iran. They've gone silent currently. I just find it very funny. It's one of those things of we have to realize that social media these days does allow a whole lot of people to start getting involved in national discussions and debates. And it's one of the reasons why I always ask people to check sources of things before they start, parroting it on. I'd also say some people really do need to read a history book because, again, the amount of people keep saying England rather than Britain, and another person has just commented, England built her navy to spoils an empire that no longer exists. No, we built the navy, then took the empire. I'm not sure whether they think we got the oak. Huh?
Kind of hard to make an empire without boats.
Yeah.
Especially when you're an island.
Thanks, Timu.
You understand, the Channel Tunnel has always existed, and that's why the English kept invading France, because it's the only way they could get place they could get to form their empire.
I was about to mention that, actually, that people genuinely believe that.
Yeah, I was asked the other day, what did Britain do about the Channel Tunnel during World War II?
Okay. Well, the obvious answer is they set up a bunch of machine guns on their end.
Nah, this is what the Fae are for.
Hey, Ray.
What I love is it was an American called Runon who asked me that question, but not our Runon. And not with the same spelling of Runon, but
There's more than one of me. I
Yeah.
just
Yes.
find this person and meet them, and I just want to talk. One question I do have: Does dead internet theory still attach if a significant number of the bots are just paid humans to spread various levels of propaganda?
Potentially. Okay, so Cyclic. There's an image in
That just
Cyclic.
reminds me of the kind of old, really bad AI jokes.
Okay. I want to look at the Cyclic. It's from Katsud. It's okay. If it's okay, the question I have is attached to to an image I put in Cyclic, purely to make asking it easier. Okay, let's go to Cyclic. And I'm in Cyclic, and I'm looking for Katsud's pictures. There we go. In the image, H of Angler I've highlighted in blue. What are those round white things on the forward and aft superstructure? Oh, those are supposed to stop the radar. They're about dealing with the radar system you've got. They are about how do I put this politely? Cleaning up the image. Basically, you've put in deflectors there to stop the image. How do I put this right? How do I put it without going very weird? Okay, so
Double bounce?
pretty much at a certain point. If you've got the edge you've got in terms of forward of the ship, so if you look down here, you've got enough refractions coming from there, especially with your missile systems, etc., that it can create a lot of disturbance. So if you stick that forward, and it's similar with it aft, those stop it getting issues with those surfaces. Basically stopping the radar return from their own ship, as Lyons has put it. But it's not necessarily just the radar return, it's more the clutter that a return creates, because it does work out that's a false radar return from its own ship, but it does also create a lot of clutter, and so it's about cleaning up the clutter. And it's one of the things you realise about the Type 23s, is you have to remember these ships were supposed to be the light frigate. They were the Type 31 of their time. They were supposed to be the cheap and cheerful ship. And they've lasted a long, long time. Montana 67. Which of the Project 24 battleships seems to be the most realistic? Okay, everyone. What do we think?
That would require me to have more information on Project 24, and I'm currently painting a plumage pattern onto a cape here.
They are the various Soviet super battleships designed between 41 and 53.
None of them.
Well, they're
Well,
all...
it's Soviet. It's super battleship, so I'm going to say 60%.
Which of them is the most realistic? This is a question. This is an interesting question. I just...
Dragon, quick question. Are these the ones that aren't positively buoyant?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
they're the ones Kremlin's based off in World of Warships.
Yeah. Look, I would say the 16-inch ones of the design tree, the ones which are closest to the Soyuz, are probably the most likely to be viable, but if I grab my book, this one, and I go to Project 24 for my sins,
You do run a Q&A stream.
I know.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be doing 6-hour Q&A videos.
Is that worse?
They do.
Realistic in a video, you can take a break.
They do, and these ones do sometimes go on for 6 hours.
Yeah, fair enough. And these ones have always gone on for at least 3, so I'm not quite certain that you dodged Drax Bullet as much as you may have intended to.
No, I wasn't really trying to. I was trying to do it in a way which I could fit more around my work-life balance.
Okay.
Because it's going to sound strange if I've recorded a topic and I know that topic, then I know how long it's going to take me to record it, and I can record it in bits here and bits there. If necessary. With a Q&A stream, I don't know how long each question is going to take me till I'm sort of answering them. And yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, the Project 24s. Okay. Not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that one. Okay, whatever that person was smoking when they came up with that one, I want some of it, because I think it should be tried for reasons of science. Holy guacamole! They get worse!
Yep.
I mean,
Yes,
this is
they do.
Soviet Russia.
I mean, seriously, Stavisky!
Well, yeah,
What
this is meant to
drugs
be-
was he smoking?
This is meant to be something that's, better than Svetsky Soyuz, so of course it has to be grand and impressive.
Okay, let's go to the next section where they carry on from there. What were they looking like at this point? Okay. We're out of 1945. Holy
fucked up right there.
guacamole.
As Foxo mentioned earlier, some of these ships, well, I say some, most of the Project 24 designs aren't actually positively buoyant.
So far, I haven't read a single one which I would say would be positively buoyant. Oh, good God.
So you haven't found a single one that you're positive of the buoyancy?
I haven't found a single one I would step on in harbour, let alone go to sea in.
Too bad. Go to Gulag.
No, that's why you're making these, Runon. You make these designs to avoid Gulag.
Or you make the design in technical gulag.
Yes, eventually.
Who beeped me?
Um,
My mother is texting me. Why is my mother texting me? My mother has stuck googly eyes to various vegetables.
You don't know
please.
you run on
No.
This makes sense.
It does. It means she has a hobby.
She has a couple of hobbies, many of which scare me.
I'm gonna go complete cop out. I'm just going for none of them because there's one here which had 12 quadruple mounts of various guns, and yeah. I love the way they're giving the credit for the drawing to Gangut. No. Just in nicest way, no. On grounds that, like when I occasionally tell my sister that I liked something, I might because it was quite nice, and then it turns into something which is being cooked for me every day, time she's cooking for the next 2 months, to the point at which you get obsessed with it. I have found that already mentioning combat-ready fast jets has led to enough trauma today. I'm not saying there's any of these that I want.
But Foxhound, how are they going to be able to sell 80,000 doubloons to the player base if they don't have the pure Stellanium warships?
Kremlin's tier 10 tech trade. Not a premium.
No peril.
Yes, but I'm talking about the other ones from Plan 24.
Did the Royal Navy ever try to keep the Iron Dukes with the Washington Naval Treaty? No. They're good 13.5-inch gunships, but 13.5-inch gunships aren't the way of the world at this point. So no, they didn't try to keep them. Their main argument with them would have been to try and keep them, if they thought that would allow them to get extra Nell rods. Realistically, there is part of me which wonders if the Royal Navy's dream would have been to get two Nell rods and two F3s. Please tell me people aren't sending me combat-ready fast jets. I know, so I've received enough tweets about that today. I don't need it to be tortured with combat-ready fast jets.
Combat-ready fast jets?
Wait until you
need to
watch the video. You will find out why.
Right.
But for some reason, in a certain chart, everything the RAF is offering is combat-ready fast jets. The Navy's going frigates and destroyers, carrier, amphibious task group. The Army's going an armoured brigade, infantry brigade, and every single thing the RAF is offering is combat-ready fast jets. No mention of tankers, no mention of AWACS, no mention of transport aircraft, no mention of helicopters, no mention of anything else. It's all combat-ready fast jets.
Are we sure orcs haven't took over the RAF?
Wait until you watch that video and then go and read the actual thing, and you'll just go, I don't know what happened to the RAF in the 2010 Defence Review. I really don't.
It was written by an RAF fast jet jockey?
I have no idea, but it literally everything from the RAF is combat-ready fast jets. And it is always those exact 4 words. Combat-ready fast jets. And apparently they have nothing in reserve because, of course, you couldn't have a combat-ready fast jet in reserve, could you? So they have no reserves. Everything is at the levels of combat-ready fast jets. Even in the lowest tier of readiness, they are combat-ready fast jets.
Well, probably because if they even dared suggest anything about having these things in reserve, they'd be told, oh, well then, if they're in reserve, you don't need them then.
Now, if they're in reserve, are they combat-ready? And they don't mention... They did get some P8s. They just don't talk about them that much.
I'm afraid an aircraft that's in reserve isn't very fast. So it's not combat ready, it's not fast, it's only a jet. It's a prop.
Blistine, how hard would it have been for Britain if Canada had stayed neutral in World War II? Incredibly hard. Canada was, in many ways, one of the most critical in terms of the Battle Atlantic, it was probably the most critical ally, because whilst America does build a lot of ships and does send a lot of supplies across them, the Canadians build almost as many ships which take part in the Battle Atlantic, and they provide a lot of the escort ships for it, and a lot of the air crews for it, and again, this is one of the things that gets into thing of America is involved in many theaters. They spread their forces around. Canada basically focuses in on the Battle Atlantic. So, whilst at certain points there are more U.S. Coast Guard ships and U.S. Navy ships available for Battle Atlantic, because they are fighting elsewhere, they're everywhere else. The Americans don't have infinite ships. At no point. The Americans have a lot of ships, but it's not infinite, so they're off doing their other things. At pretty much all times, the vast majority of the Canadian Navy is in the Battle Atlantic, and they are about the Battle Atlantic. So, and the reason I'm saying this is because usually when I start talking about Canada like this, there are going to be some people going to come and go, "You're being rude about the Americans." I'm not. The Americans were fighting everywhere. Canada couldn't. Canada was putting a lot of troops in a lot of places, and a lot of people in a lot of ships in a lot of places, but they couldn't be everywhere like the Americans were. But there are the Canadians do concentrate in on the Battle Atlantic, which means that in that theatre, they often surpass even some of the bigger powers involved in America and Britain, because that is their theatre. And you kind of would expect them to therefore take a lot of the lead in that role. So, it's no critique of America. America's doing a huge amount. They're really, really cool. But occasionally, in the Battle Atlantic, because they have other priorities, that's not their focus of effort. And so, whereas for the Canadians, it's pretty much always their focus of effort. And without them, that would become a very problematic battle. You'd either have to have Britain and America put a lot more resources into the Battle Atlantic, or you might not have the Battle Atlantic like you did, and that could be very problematic for history. Knight 681. In my Azur Lane old history, so I'm just checking, do I have both a Foxo and a Dragon for this? I do have both a Foxo and a Dragon. Can you both sing out so I know you're here and listening?
Dark Commander?
Foxo's hiding. Sensibly.
Requirements received. Deploying the Odin strain.
At Knight 681, in my Azur Lane old history headcanon, SN Kiev in her post-war life has an Indian cousin, Vikramaditya, as India will be part of the HMS faction. Who gave the RN faction the MiG-29K and Su-33K, which got westernized, if that MiG-29K and Su-33K westernization happened in real life, what could replace the Kilmov RD-33 MK of MiG-29 and Saturn AL-3IF of Su-33s? Is that the right part 2? I know Knight's done a lot of part 2s, but is that the right part 2? Okay. Whilst you two are discussing that, I'm going to quickly answer Stafford's question of how many countries captured a U-boat whilst wearing nothing at all. No, it's only the Canadians. Only the Canadians would have a boarding party of 3 people who were in the middle of showering, who decided that when they were engaging a U-boat and saw it outside, would go grab pistols and board it naked. And as they are coming down through the hatch to the German crew below, the German crew are sitting there going, I don't want to look. Do I shoot? I don't know what to do. It's just dangling there. I can see everything. Until eventually they're confronted by 3 large naked Canadians in their control room.
Yeah, no, that seems to be the correct order of those questions.
Okay. So, Dragon, Foxo.
Well, if the message I've just received is anything to go by...
You're receiving messages directly from Knight.
No,
From Foxo.
that would be useful.
I'm trying to figure out how a modern carrier-ish carrier is relevant to World War II boat game.
I'm assuming this is a timeline where things have continued afterwards and they've continued to do more modern ships. Possibly. But,
you... Go ahead.
So, right, if they've got Well, isn't that also? Wouldn't that not just be Verknet, isn't it, or the Vigmentia? Either way,
Matthew Gilling, this is why the Canadians are not allowed to the Geneva conferences. No, this is why they did. I think they've possibly debated a few times whether attacking your opponent start naked is a war crime.
Well, they were out of uniform.
Yes. Actually,
Right,
no.
okay.
I tell lie. They're not completely out of uniform. They are wearing the pistols on belts plus their hats.
Okay. Well, they're wearing their birthday suits, which technically is, assuming that they are in some way related to the commandos,
right.
is one of the official orders of dress laid out in the regulations. So
That's really awkward wording for that night. I think
Yeah.
that's basically... Yeah, so the RD-33 refers to the engine of the MiG-29K. And from what I can find, the Saturn refers to one of the Su-33. So it's basically... If this westernization of these happen, because for some reason, because the Royal Navy has them, what engines would be used to replace those?
I think the answer would be to turn around to Rolls-Royce and go, "Please help me."
Yeah, because this is... What am I talking about? I guess you're probably looking at this sometime around 1976-ish? So... Basically, the question is then, what engines do they have around that point? You'd have to come up with something entirely new, I think. Because, Foxo, are you aware of any British engines that you think would be able to fit into a Russian airframe of this time period?
Oh,
Because I'm drawing a blank on it.
yeah.
Yeah, 1976. Or between 1970, I guess. So yeah.
I think you might be able to put the Turbo Union in. The RB199. But it's gonna need to have its...
Then again, Wait, actually, correction, sorry. No, because if it's Vic Mantia, because it is technically a different ship, sorry, that would be the Indians only acquire her in 2004, or they get her in 2008, and launched 2008, completed 2012. So, because if I'm looking at the right carrier here, this is originally the Baku, then the Admiral Gorshkov, turned into a training ship, then was finally sold to the Indians in 2014. So... it would have to be a modern engine then. Do you know any engines of modern day that would fit a Russian plane? Because I don't.
You'd have to custom build something. You basically, as I said, you have to turn around to Rolls-Royce and go, "Can you build something?"
I'm just trying to figure out this brings back to AL.
It's a headcanon. That's all I can say. Headcanons go weird.
Yep.
Because if it's related to AL ship build, what engines in those MiGs shouldn't matter, they're
Okay.
MiGs. Sorry, Sukhois or whatever.
They're both. Yeah, both. MiGs and Sukhois. Because both are those on there.
Yeah. What's in their engines wouldn't really matter because they're magic. And magic don't care about technical details. Unless you're Anchorage.
Mm-hmm.
then you do techno magic. Do we want to move on?
Yeah.
Right then, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in the spring of 1914, Britain suffered a tornado outbreak to the degree of 2011 Joplin in the severity and amount of tornadoes? You've got issues. Considering how much the UK depends on maritime logistics and movement of goods, even coastally, it probably will have more, and it'll depend where it hits in terms of exact factories, exactly what the impacts are in terms of those areas. But in terms of logistics, it probably won't have as much of an issue. But it will mean Britain will be very, very, even more domestically focused than it was historically. Historically, it was very much focused on Ireland, and that meant they weren't taking any notice realistically of what was going on in the rest of the world. Which is one of the reasons that World War One breaks out the way it does, because the British government are basically distracted at the wheel. But yeah, it'd be interesting. What do you all think?
The biggest concern is how is the UK getting tornadoes?
Well, I suppose we're hand waving that one.
Relatively, right. So even if it's a big tornado, whereabouts is it hitting?
Also, the UK is kind of not that flat, so
I know a lot of locations that would go tornado. Cute. We don't care.
It just bounced off the Yorkshire Moors. What do you mean it bounced off the Yorkshire Moors? It bounced off the Yorkshire Moors.
Oh, it went near Durham and got hit by the hills. Like, honestly, tornadoes in Britain would run away scared.
But it hits Cornwall and it hits the hills of Cornwall, or it hits the hills of Wales.
yeah. So it probably doesn't do that much damage, causes some issues, but not that much.
You probably have
If
a
you-
few of the meteorologists of the day having a panic attack. Sorry, go on, Roxanne.
Yeah.
If you can get them to all hit East Anglia specifically, it probably would do some damage to towns like Ipswich and Norwich. Maybe Lincoln and the regions north of London. Because that's like the only majority flat area of the UK. Pardon me?
Right, next question. Gossi the Padra. Germany tries to take Japan in colonial expansion before the Anglo-Japanese lands. Could they do it? Is it another Second Pacific Squadron? By the time Germany could reach Japan with enough force to maybe potentially do it, so we're talking period around about the Boxer Rebellion, Japan's already quite well on their way to rearming and organising. And yeah. They probably couldn't do it. Honestly, Japan was probably a level which they couldn't do it. But it'd be interesting to see them try from a theoretical perspective. But yeah, they'd lose a lot of people trying it.
Also, how many resources are they investing to do this then instead of doing stuff in Europe at this period?
Basically, taking Japan is going to take everything from them, and then there's the fact they're probably not going to be able to hold it because you're literally sustaining yourself on the other side of the world, and you have people who are going to be very belligerent about it and are not at all impressed by your technology, realistically. the Japanese are very much
I'm
on line
sure it'll
of
be
their
just a
learning
simple
attack.
matter of marching.
Yeah. It'll be fun. Montana 67, what would your version of Black Swan sloop look like in the modern era? Look, if I'm looking for the best dedicated ASW hunter, like the Black Swan was, I'm probably going for a Type 26, or some variant thereof, but if I'm talking about building something which is basically a cheap and cheerful ship which is multi-role and flexible and can also do anti-submarine warfare, I would probably take something like the FDI or the Type 31, depending on which waters I was sort of operating off. If I'm aiming for North Atlantic, South Atlantic, I'm probably going to lean towards the Type 31 design, the Arrowhead 140. If I'm looking for somewhere like the Mediterranean, Gulf, Indian Ocean, I'm probably leaning towards the FDI. Simply because of the way that their performance in various sea states and how they operate. I'm probably going to make sure I raft everything. And then I'm going to look at it and go, right, and what do I need in terms of making this operational? I would probably want some Mark 41 VLS cells or some Silver A70 cells, so I have some strategic length cells for their flexibility, because that gives me some flexibility. I'll probably want some tactical defense cells as well. I'd probably want, 2 sets of cells for that. I would probably want a mixture of weaponry. I would probably be looking at something like the 3-inch gun from the Ottoman 76 as a good stock weapon to have. There's been an lot of interesting talk recently about CRAM, CWIS, and what you go with. And my point has always been CRAM does make sense if you're the US Navy and you've got standard missiles and you're very interested in standard missiles. But if you're already operating something like CAM, then CRAM starts to make less sense because it's giving you a capability to an extent you already have because of the way the point defense missiles work. So then it's a case of, okay, do I want to go with Phalanx or do I want to go with something else? And if I've got enough of the 3-inch guns, if I can get 3 of them and I can get 3 3 Phalanxes, then I'm pretty much good with my close air defense. And if I've got CAM for my missiles, then that's going to give me some I can get some pretty good CAM missiles out for my air defense. And then I've got my Mark 41 for giving me the options of loading it up with ASRock, loading up with Tomahawk, loading up with other things. So basically, make it generic but make it useful. That'd be my policy. What about everyone else? What do you think?
Yeah, it would seem reasonable a way of doing it. You don't want it to be that big. You want to keep it a relatively affordable vessel. Keep with the whole spirit of being a Black Swan.
Mm-hmm.
The VLS actually also give it the strike power needed that the Black Swans did surprisingly have, because their 6 4-inch were surprisingly nasty, as a lot of ships found out.
Mm-hmm.
Overall tactical support capability is literally its purpose in this regard, so...
Joe Fredericks.
Sounds like quite a reasonable concept.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea to work over. Sorry. Joe Fredericks, do you think the US will finally start development for more munitions production, or this recent mainstream discussion will be just a blip on the radar? They have been working towards it. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see what it actually turns into, but it's either going to disappear or it's going to turn into some... They already have been increasing production of munitions quite dramatically. But let's see how much this continues with, whether this is a blip or it's an ongoing thing. And the real answer to that question is going to come with what happens after the Senate elections, after the midterms. Does the new Senate keep things going?
And in which constituencies are the munitions factories?
Yeah.
Red. predominantly. However, the investment in arsenals has been a bipartisan drumbeat. And it's also not a. Of all the aspects of defense spending that have been politicized in the last 4 to 6 years, munitions has not really been one of them, at least in terms of production.
I would say the arms companies have been very careful to make sure it isn't.
Yeah.
They've been funding everyone with that idea.
Like of all the DoD's budget squibbles, I've never heard one that is, should we invest in upgrading our production lines or expanding our production lines?
Captain, Stanflex could be useful, but getting that requires you to actually invest in Stanflex. And as much as I'd love to do that with the Black Swans, that's a whole other thing. There's a video which is often put forward, which is, I'm not sure if it did win, I don't think it did win for April, but I have to check, on using Stanflex. And it's put forward often enough, it should win at some point. That does seem to be one of the ways of getting stuff through, is they just keep putting it forward, and eventually the topic sort of builds up an assistance for it. Yeah. No, it has got through. It's from Lions. It's in a premiere in April. After the Falklands War, the Royal Navy procure a very strict man of Stanflex. But the thing is, Stanflex is very good, but you have to get into it and you have to do it for everything. So you either do Stanflex or you don't do Stanflex. Or, in the British case, so you'd have to do it for OPVs, you'd have to do it for everything. That's a whole program. Whereas if you're just designing your Black Swans class sloop, for everyone to pick up who may or may not have Stanflex, you don't stick it in. Because unless they're going to get in the Stanflex program, there's no point. Plus, Stanflex does have the... I would still want the Mark 40... It's going to be interesting. I would still want the standard VLS cells for the surface-to-air missiles and for the strategic length missiles. And I would just use Stanflex to replace things like the 3-inch gun mounts, the phalanx mounts... those sort of things, and go, okay, yes, we can rotate them out and decide what we want to do for those. Because, to be honest, VLS and Stanflex is not that efficient. Remember, you like your F6F. It's always nice. But, look, I love the Hellcat. Hellcat is possibly my favourite aircraft, but if I was flying anything, it'd possibly be the Wildcat. Because my favourite picture of myself is me standing between the Wildcat and the Hellcat at Duxford, and that was no one arranged for them to be together, but they were together, and that's one of my favourite pictures ever of me, and that's in my PhD thesis. I put in there literally to show I'd been to visit Duxford, because one of my examiners asked me if I visited Duxford. I said yes, and they said, well, can you prove it? I went, I've been to Duxford. I've cited their materials. So
That seems a weird thing they'd bring you up on.
Oh, it was sometimes people do some really weird questions in your upgrade in your mini Viva. You get some really weird questions.
It seems.
Fredericks, do you think the US will finally start developing for more munitions production, or is the recent mainstream discussion answered that one?
Just answered that.
Yeah,
We just did that one.
I know, I forgot to tick it. Knight 6831, if the British battlecruisers had adopted the super-firing gun layout from the Invincibles onwards, which of the Invincible, Indefatigable and Queen Mary are more likely to survive Jutland?
Given it's entirely to do with doctrine, or are you saying that because they wouldn't have the centered gun turrets to be hit and blow up?
Well, if they had super firing, they wouldn't have the wing turrets. And they'd be slightly longer, slightly faster, but they might be better. Their ammunition might be buried more in the center, but that doesn't really matter with Queen Mary because hers are centralized. Honestly, it's going to depend on a lot of things other than the superfiring guns. Superfiring guns aren't going to affect the ship's survivability. What's going to affect their survivability is how they're being used. And, as we know, they're being abused and not used properly at Jutland. And also how their subdivision and armouring has gone to give them protection.
Oh,
Yeah,
Alex,
well, it is alternate history today. Yes, Dan?
just to say, I may not be drinking Iron Brew, but I am drinking Bar's cream soda.
Hmm.
I am out of Iron Brew and have not received more. Partially because I haven't ordered more, but
Nonetheless, it is despicable they haven't delivered more for you, Runon.
yes.
They should be anticipating your needs.
Yeah. Stafford, post-World War II, the Red Scare is great enough, and thank you again for Red Beard for your super chat. Post-World War II, the Red Scare is great enough. The USN continues its battleship and cruiser construction. Would we possibly see a missile version in Alaska for Korea? And would the BBG come about 1980s? Honestly, potentially you could, because there's actually a use for the Alaska hulls that makes sense and gives them enough differentiation from the hours to justify them.
Weren't they already looking at that with one of the Alaska hulls?
Yeah, so to an extent they were.
But they also had the thingy to play with.
So no, they had the design proposal for them.
No, sorry, I meant and they had. Was it Kentucky or Illinois? They were going to do that too. I cannot remember. Mildly irksome.
Yeah, El Cid, you've been around this channel long enough to know that there's bad language is not allowed. You know.
Or do you?
It's a case of, well, earlier there was a gentleman who was the first-time chatter, so we basically explained why. But if you've been in the amount of times El Cid has commented over the last few months on videos, and has been around the channels for the explanations, they should know. I would expect them to know at this point.
Yeah, I was right. USS Hawaii was actually considered for conversion but that only lasted until 1952.
Yeah, but if the Red Scare's bad enough, they're obsessed with looking like they have a big, massive fleet. It's the sort of thing which politicians would push through.
I mean, we had McCarthyism, so I'm curious to how the Red Scare gets worse without doing very weird things to the United States comparably.
I would assume it partly comes down to the Soviets actually have a fleet.
Yeah, but that's not really a Red Scare thing. That's the Soviets actually muscle up their fleet as they've been trying for the last 40 years ish.
It's always fun when they actually do have ships.
Go on, Foxer?
Because it always could be the Red Scare of the Soviets. They start throwing hands post-war with someone in like the 50s, and it's like, oh, the Soviets are belligerent still. And not just in that sort of, oh, they're going to attack Western Europe. It's they're actively punching someone somewhere else in the world. Say, China. We need get a fleet. That means they won't even think about trying to punch us.
Yeah,
That's
funny.
an interesting question. How did 1950 Sino-Soviet War go?
Probably awfully for everyone involved.
I don't know. The Soviets might actually win that, considering the state of the
Oh yeah,
Chinese.
I think
they would
it
probably
just
win
wouldn't
that.
be a fun fight.
It would be decided by the artillery exchanges. That's basically how the Soviets would deal with everything. Because you have to remember, the interesting thing about the Soviet-Chinese border was at several points there were more artillery divisions along that border than there were in Europe in Europe. I think just along from the Soviets alone, they had more artillery divisions along that border than they had the combined total of artillery divisions in Europe.
Well, it's a much longer border.
Yeah, it is, but basically the Soviet plan for the defense of that border was, we're going to give you the smackdown from above. We have forward artillery observation positions along the border, and literally our response to any incursion is going to be, we have pre-plotted every single position we can on these borders. It will be blasted.
You see here, Comrade Victor can drop a 210 millimeter shell into a 12-inch oak tree stump, and he knows where all the 12-inch oak tree stumps are. We had to stop him from carrying out a fire mission in his sleep.
Yep. Kat said, what was the process for creating a minefield at sea? Was there a pattern order how it's done, and how do they compensate for environmental factors like currents, waves, tides, marine animals? Okay, so when you're compensating for things like waves and currents, usually it's depending on the weight you're deploying beneath the mine, if the mine's going to be tied down or if it's free floating. If it's free floating, you're just dropping them off and hoping they stay in the same place. They won't. So usually they're tied down to the ocean floor. They have some sort of anchoring system, and they might well also be tied together. Sometimes they do have a long chain which is running together to keep them at a regular distance apart, so it's less likely for ships to be able to move through them. And also, so if a ship comes in and it catches the chain, it actually draws the mines into it. There are lots of fun when it comes to these things. In terms of process or pattern, they try not to be too regular at a pattern. They did tend to have channels which ships could go through, so their own ships could get through them, which they'd be very careful to chart out. But they didn't want to make too regular a pattern because that would make it easier to predict and easier to find a way through. So you'd also work on having the mine set at slightly different depths from the anchoring. So some would be below the water, some would be on the water, because it's always fun to have some on the water looking visible as it's like tip of the iceberg. And so you think, oh, I can see a mine over there, so this is safe. When actually this is all the way underneath here are the underwater mines.
Would it be wrong for me to want to try and lay them in patterns so that they drew pictures on people's maps when you charted them out?
Not really, but it would also probably leave gaps.
Someone probably had the same idea as you.
Yes.
Yeah, but a minefield being in the area, it's sort of like seeing a sign with beware landmines. An empty field behind it. Are you going to take the risk that the landmines are actually there and walk through the field?
Well, if you're sensible, you won't. But also, if you're sensible, what you do is you stick the sign on one field saying "Beware landmines," and you stick landmines in the next field where you don't stick any sign.
Exactly.
But that's Canadian.
Listen, I don't think there's any rule of law or rule of war that says you have to mark that your markings have to be positively accurate. They can just be, yes, there's a minefield here, and we've marked that there's a minefield here.
Mm.
There may not be one, but we've marked that there's one here.
Yeah.
I think these days actually they are a bit more strict on that.
Yeah, it's the 1956 convention.
You have
to keep detailed map. You have to keep detailed maps of where you set the minefield, and after the end of a conflict, you have to hand over them maps to local authorities.
Yep.
It's part of the reason why the fun pod on Tornado, was it, Foxo? Got banned. Because, well, where are the mines?
Yeah.
Well, from
on
here,
the airfield somewhere.
all the way to here, there
Waves
might be a
vaguely in
mine.
direction of Germany.
Yeah,
Again, cluster bombs were already banned by the time they're using them in Iraq.
No, don't think so.
Now, okay. Next question from Knight. If North Carolina's got built as North Carolina Preliminary Scheme C, which had 18 127mm guns in 6 triples, what other ships would get that mount, as the USN was considering 127mm triple turret? Hopefully none, because that's going to be a nightmare. Because the 127mm triple is the 5-inch triple. Hopefully none.
I think
As I said,
it's
that's not
generally
got a good
helpful.
segment.
Generally helpful to use the nomenclature that the people at the time used for things. The Americans were not ordering 127mm guns in the 1930s. They were ordering 5-inch guns.
Mm.
And converting everything, I know World of Warships does it, but it just messes with my head and confuses me.
World of Warships has a setting so you can choose it whether it's in inches or mils.
I want it to be whatever would be historically appropriate. Is that helpful? No.
No, because then, well, what's historically appropriate? Because now you're having the question of, well, the Germans measure this differently to the English. So, therefore,
So
all of a sudden, absolutely everything makes no sense.
It's
the
like
people
how
who
the
will-
French 5.4s, to the Germans they're 5.4s, to the British they're 5.3s.
Also, there's the thing of whether you measure from the ridge on the rifling or the valley in the rifling.
Yep.
Yeah, it's why this is what I'll entirely give Warships for doing of people don't understand this. So keep it
And also,
simple for stupid players.
And also, everything is, all the mechanics are calculated in millimeters anyway, because it's base 10 and easier for the computers to handle. So, if you just display everything in millimeters, then for things like quarter caliber and third caliber penetration, people can do the math in their head. It's better for gameplay, even if it's slightly less historically accurate.
Keep in mind, then the French use stuff like the 138.6 millimeter.
Yes.
So, trying to actually explain what that is to most would be annoying.
And take into account that the vast majority of people in the modern era use metric anyway. Imperial.
Yeah. It's that the weapons have that they actually have a name and a designation.
Oh yeah,
It's a 5-inch 38 as opposed to a 5-inch 25 or a 5-inch 54.
For those who are going,
the
triple
says that.
triple will be better than twin. Triple is better than twin once you get up to cruiser gun sizes. Once you're dealing with destroyer gun sizes and secondary guns. The reason it's not usually is because usually you're engaging very fast maneuvering targets, and you need to maneuver the gun quite quickly for it. You need to move the gun crews around and everything else. And let me put it this way: the example is the triple 4-inch guns on Renown Pulse. On paper, they're a really good idea. In fact, in reality, as everyone knows, they were really problematic when it came to operations. And they were not as good as they were hoping. They were hoping they'd be much better. They really weren't. It was worked out very quickly that free twins was a massive advantage and capability over two triples. And so, yeah, that's what happened.
I need a very pale tan.
Basically, it's the case of if you're trying to rapidly move a mount round and you've got... It's difficult enough with 2 guns and 2 gun crews moving that around. Add in a third and it's just enough people to get in the way that it causes things to go wrong. Humans are human. Castanet, what
Make it
happens?
a hyper emergent failure?
Castanet, what happens if fishermen operating on a Port Stanley in September 1929 find an HMS Malta, complete in 1948, adrifted with coal boilers, full fuel tankers, no food and no aircraft? Then, well, there is going to be a very, very happy Commodore, because not only is he going to, in a nicer way, manage to have fun with the Graf Spee, he is also going to have the great thing of coming home with a brand new aircraft carrier. So Commodore Harwood might actually go straight to Vice Admiral. Rear Admiral for your service in the battle. Vice Admiral for bringing home a brand new aircraft carrier. But honestly, if they found her and they had her, crewing her up would be one of their first priorities. Getting her to service. She would definitely be in service probably by the time Norway. Yeah. First thing would be getting to get a ferry crew aboard her. And they would probably take that as volunteers from the cruisers. So the cruisers down there on that duty would probably provide volunteers to crew her home. The fishermen would possibly get some money for it. It wouldn't be so much prize money, but they would probably get a reward.
Salvage value? Would it count as salvage, or?
Whatever worked out as the cheapest way for the British government to reward them, but looked like they were being generous.
I was also thinking about the crew who kind of bring it back.
Oh, they would probably get a bounty.
I'm sure they'll enjoy that chocolate bar.
Yeah. Probably some extra rum.
Imagine the conspiracy theories about it being a secret German Wunderwaffe the British captured.
If it's named HMS Malta and it's got all the stuff in English, no, everyone's going to believe Britain has a secret aircraft carrier yard somewhere.
So that'll just give more fuel to the Argentine fire once the Falklands kick off.
No, to be fair, in the nicest way, the conspiracy theories about World War II are going to be massive.
They aren't already?
I mean,
comparison to if this was a thing?
Yeah.
You've got a time-travelling aircraft carrier.
Yeah, just the Philadelphia experiment gone a bit early.
Hey, that was purely because someone didn't understand what degaussing meant.
It's a very bad film.
Oh, good lord. Montana 67, save me. According to Wikipedia, Nagato had only one modernization. This implies the second one was planned. How would this be different to the first one if it was enacted upon?
Does this imply that?
I mean, a modernization is different. Is the sort of mega refit, rebuild thing. Not. It's not just a kind of wash and brush up. It's a deep-rooted. We've taken most of the parts off, and there are a few bits that are vaguely recognizable from before. No.
Well, I would say if they were with modernization and Legato, that's probably something they were considering, depending on how long they're planning on keeping the service for. And I think they were planning for quite a while for Nagato. The older ships were going to be rephased out as the Yamatos came into service, but I think Nagato was going to probably hang around for a bit. So probably was going to get a modernization, but probably that modernization is going to be things like fire control and AA armament, maybe some upgrading in terms of protection. And of course the engines being reconditioned.
Knight, let me just look here. See if I can untwist your knickers.
No, Knight, your Su-33 question for some reason came up as part of your Azur Lane question.
Which is why we were very confused earlier.
Yes, somehow your Azur Lane question came up with the Su-33 question. That's what happened.
Redbeard, thank you for the super chat.
Dinkle.
The one about British battle cruisers.
Okay.
With one of our British battle cruisers. We did just have one of our British battle cruisers of what if
Yeah.
it was built the different way.
Sadu, what would a 20,000-ton firepower focused design from a modern cruiser look like? To an extent, the Trump battleship with more VLS cells.
Foxer, you tend to like this. Isn't this just Strike Cruiser?
It is
Do not
basically.
bring up Strike Cruiser.
Let's be honest. I am 99.99% certain that what the U.S. Navy did was someone was going, we want a battleship, and they just took out their latest version of Strike Cruiser design and relabeled it Battleship. I am seriously no, because they've been trying to get something like along the lines of that almost.
Since the 60s.
Since the 60s. They have been trying to get a cruiser through, a decent-sized cruiser. And every single time, Congress votes no. And so I think now they're just going, well, let's call it a battleship and see if it gets through.
That's it. Every time Strike Cruiser is brought up on Bruships, Congress will cancel it one more time.
Oh. But yeah, basically, that is the good thing about the Trump battleship. It did give me a lot of graphic points to point to what the latest variants of the Strike Cruiser look like.
It's also been keeping a certain Fox here very happy, and has resulted in multiple discussions about this with others of how this is just the Navy trying to get Strike Cruiser again.
I know. This is because Foxo and I are preaching from the same choir sheet. Basically, yes, look at this. This is a large cruiser. Don't care about the branding. It's a large cruiser. Look at its stats. Look at what it's built to do.
It's Strike Cruiser, and then it's Strike Cruiser 1970 but better. Strike Cruiser 1970 with Aegis. Strike Cruiser 1970 but modern.
Yeah.
And then you got this. It's like,
Yeah.
didn't they want Strike Cruiser in the 60s? It's just the purpose-built one that got cancelled in return. Instead, they only got the conversions, which they didn't really like.
Yeah, they were not happy with the Tychos and some of the things which led to the Tychos. One of the things you have to remember is the US Navy really did want to pursue the nuclear cruiser route. They did like the Virginias. They were good ships for them. They're very good ships.
Conventional cruisers, the kids would say cringe.
Yeah. Joe Fredericks, let's say Deng starts the PLA reforms early and downsizes the People's Liberation Army ground force in 1979 instead of 1989. What projects could the People's Liberation Army Navy do with an earlier modernization? They could start a destroyer upgrade program earlier. Their domestic build of destroyers upgrade would certainly be something they would start earlier. They start that. I don't think they get carriers any earlier because that's really a changing in strategy. But they would certainly start a lot of their destroyer programs earlier. But, you know, again, there's the stuff they've got access to in 1979. They are far more in the Soviet camp. So they might buy Soviet designs to build domestically. They might not. They might go their own route. Let's say if RFA got the 6th Fort Victoria class replenishment oilers as planned, they're one-stop ships. They have both stores and fuel. So the Fort Victorias are one-stops. Would RAF Fort Victoria be in a better condition? Not perhaps not one day from becoming the next RFA Argus. Potentially. What would be really interesting is if they not just built them like that. If they actually built them with the Seawolf VLS systems, etc., that they didn't intend to. The reason I say this is because if they had been built with, not for Seawolf, they'd probably got a cam upgrade, and then that'd be a really interesting asset, which for Britain would mean that we would have a one-stop supply ship which could go, not saying necessarily up fret, but a lot closer to fret, and be a lot more useful as part of a carrier task group than most other nations, which would probably give us not so much an edge, but a unique capability that would probably be people will look at and go, ooh, that's interesting. I doubt anyone else would copy us on that front, because realistically you don't want your auxiliaries to be going that far up fret. But having fret RFAs that could take maybe a slightly higher fret profile, allow them to refuel and rearm you just that bit closer to the combat zone, that's an advantage. And that's something which, whilst allies might not want to buy themselves, they'll certainly be very happy an ally has as a capability, and will probably, that's one of the things, again, as I've pointed out with alliances, sometimes having the unique selling points gives you ability to, and I hate this phrase, punch above your weight in terms of influence. Because you have the capability which can make everything a little bit easier for an operation.
I'm insane.
Sadu, NATO currently has a cruiser gap, and I want my nation to fill it. Sadu, if I remember correctly, you're Canadian. And Canada and cruisers are interesting as a history. Canada destroyers are an affectionate relationship. Canada and cruisers are to an extent, a couple which don't get along.
A story of pain.
I would say that's an abusive relationship. Canada and anything bigger than a destroyer is very toxic.
As I recall, they managed to use the carrier okay.
They used the carrier okay. They were okay with the carriers. The cruisers, for some reason, the Canadians and the cruisers, I think they see the cruisers are big enough they can stick in a large number of crew, and they try and run a cruiser like a destroyer, and it isn't.
Or do you think it's just the containment of quite so many Canadians in a metal box just leads to unmitigated rage?
Well, in that regard, the carrier.
I'd say it's that running it's going to sound strange, but a carrier is almost closer to a destroyer in its crew style than a cruiser. Because think about it, a carrier almost has two crews which work together in one ship. So you have the air group and you have the ship's company, and the two work together. And because of the way a carrier has to work, and it has to work in sympathy, and everyone knows, you can obviously see what you're doing. You've got a very real, visceral image of what you're doing, what you're providing. That provides a sort of emphasis. Whereas the cruisers, because of the way they have to operate, especially in terms of presence missions, especially in terms of status, you're often involved in a lot of indirect work. And I would say when the Canadians were operating cruisers, they didn't have a lot of experience with explaining that to their crews, and so their crews didn't really necessarily understand the value of what they were doing. They understood what they were doing. They understood they were doing something. They were doing, what they themselves were doing. But they didn't understand the value of why they were doing it, if that makes sense, because they weren't really explaining that. And you don't have this relationship of the small size between the officers and the crew. So it gets explained, it gets transmuted, because there's such a small group. They do talk to each other like you do in destroyers. In cruisers, it's a large enough group. You have a disconnect. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Tracks for me.
I also think there's a thing people talk about you get it's big ship mentality, and I can see that the carrier wouldn't have that, because there is much more of a well, there's two things, I suppose. There's the fact you have the natural division between the air group and the ship's complement, which gives you a nice tension. and a little bit of competition between people.
Mhm.
And on the other hand, you also have more of a having to muck in and try and keep things working because you've got aircraft trying to go wrong. So even though you've got a ship that's bigger and so more capable of the kind of what is it, self refit and things, because that was the big thing the British had for their cruisers and things, was the ability to kind of self refit. So just turn up, just kind of park up somewhere, and with basically no external support, refit yourself within a week or two, just with your own crew, and that needs a degree of size and rigidity and roll to some extent, and which is just different to a destroyer, where if you had to do that, everyone would have to kind of think a bit outside the box, and so you're just going for a very different thinking process. I don't know. I may have, yeah.
Kelly,
I'm not sure. I don't think I'm explaining it well.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly to point out to Carla, Carlyle? I'm not sure. I hope I'm not mangling your name too badly. Steam's put in there as ways putting questions in, but to quickly answer your question, what would history be like if naval technology stopped at the raft? Very, very weather dependent. Very, very, very weather dependent. Rafts are really fair weather friends. Okay. Stafford, the US stays out of Suez. Do the UK and US share the world police status equally today? Probably not, but it would be an interesting long-term consequence of what happened. It's going to depend on what the Soviets do and exactly what happens and who goes where, but it'll be interesting. It will be interesting. It'll be a case of... I could see if Suez had worked out differently, you might have to this day a stronger Britain and France and a stronger, more independent armed force tradition. You might do it, you might not. The same forces might have still worked to mean that independence was expensive, whereas reliance was cheap. Castanea, what is the effect of 1 or 2 mine-laying subs of patrolling the San Bernardino Strait on the 24th of October 1944? Someone runs into some mines and some torpedoes.
Which one is San Bernardino?
It's 1944. I think it's the one which... Oh, goodness gracious me.
Because that sounds like L.A., but...
No, it isn't. That's the connecting Samar to the Philippines. I think it is the... Yeah, I think it is... It's... Yeah. It's... I would say, myself, the force going through it would probably not be going through it. Because it's not going to be a good scenario for them. I think the Battle of Samar... I don't think you end up with the Battle of Samar, because I'd say whatever the centre force coming through is going to suffer enough casualties. Enough casualties that they are going to be in trouble. They're going to be in trouble, and they're going to be disconnected. They think they're running through unopposed. If they find themselves running into a minefield and torpedoes, they're going to think they're running into a trap. And there's enough of a fear of American submarines at this point that I think they turn around. I don't think they try and charge through. Castanea, what is the so I answered that one. IO, if you're placed in charge of the RN's 9050 carrier refit plan, what would you do? Let me just check the exact date the Victorious' refit starts from memory. Because if I can stop that, I'm stopping that. Yeah, I am not doing... that starts in 1950. That's not happening. If I'm starting the refits for anything, it's going to be implacable and indefatigable. I'm going to start on the big ships first. And work my way back from the newest to the oldest in the refit cycle. So possibly I'm going to concentrate on the implacables and finishing off the audaciouses. And that's going to be giving me my 4-ship group.
Audacii? Sorry. Attempting to make a bad joke with pluralization and Latin and stuff, like the people who talk about, oh, is it an agendum or an agenda or agendas and things and other such really unhelpful things. Attempting to apply grammar of dead language to modern English.
Yeah, it's fun.
For joke purposes.
Answer that one. Joe Fredericks, do you think the Gulf states will ever purchase Chinese warships? Potentially. It's going to depend who they think they are. Part of the reasons why the Gulf states purchase the weapons systems they do is part of the contract in terms of they're procuring these things as a way to build relationships for alliances. The Gulf states are very, I would say, diplomatically transactional, in that they are using their economic purchasing power to give themselves to buy relationships which they need for their survival. So potentially they do, but we'll see. I do realise quite a few nations have looked at the Type 55s and gone, I wonder if we could get our hands on those. There's a lot of attraction to the Type 55s.
Question is, would you buy them from Chinese yards, or would you buy them... Would you license them?
Well, if I'm the Gulf states, I'd probably buy them from Chinese yards.
It's going to sound terrible, but I don't know how much I would trust the Chinese to supply legit versions.
Oh, they're quite good at what they supply, but again, you need to be quite good at what you're reviewing. You need to be capable of reviewing it, and make sure you have the personnel to allow you to do it. LOV. Fincantieri is apparently looking to double their warship shipbuilding capacity in Italy in the coming years. Do you think this is to compensate for US sale losses or with the Italian orders? No, I think it's partially because the Italians are looking to build up their own foreign orders, as well as their own domestic supply. Fincantieri are really the heart of... I would say, especially with the issues you're having with Damon at the moment, and a few other yards in Northern Europe, Fincantieri can make bank on this. They are working quite well. They're expanding on a very solid base, and they have the right economic situation to be able to afford to do it. At the moment. We'll see how things work out long term.
Also, I don't know how much they were going to make from the US deal, in the sense of from the production side? Because didn't
Well,
they
either
have to
way,
run
their
it
yard
on-
is still probably going to make money. Because they still own the yard that's going to be used for things. They'll find a way to make money.
Yeah. They can be like the Vickers salesman.
They managed to make money off the LCS project, so that's the way they'll make something. Montana 67. What would you have changed in the conversions of the Creators class from the original timeline? I'd have gone for full-length flight decks from the beginning. I would probably have looked into deck edge lifts. There were a lot of theories about deck edge lifts even at that time, and that gets giving you a lot more space internally. And that's about it, really. When we get the Furious, though, I would not be trunking her stack through the hull. That reduces hangar height and causes a lot of issues. I would go straight off for the island structure. Yeah.
Can I be rude?
Yeah.
Is the wrong word. I would not convert them. I would turn them into fast auxiliaries. What they would be really good for is fast troop transports for getting a unit of troops to trouble spots around the Empire quickly. And instead, I would see if anyone's still got any of the Admiral class hulls hanging around that we could maybe use as a basis for carrier conversions. Unless we're just going to properly build some new ones, which is, that's the ideal, is to just...
That would be the ideal, but I doubt you get it. I'd say with Scepter Shot's question, do you believe in the merits of uncrewed major service commands, i.e. frigates, not MCMs? With people along a fleet of 3.5%, I don't see why an uncrewed T-32 over T-31... I think... I see them peaking out in terms of uncrewed at about 2,000 tons. I could see you maybe going with optionally or minimally crewed larger than that, but I don't see you going uncrewed because, again, there are lots of issues with uncrewed assets. The policy's been started that you can sink or shoot down uncrewed assets and you don't get any consequences for it. It's not considered a casus belli because that's what's so far being done. Now, admittedly, once you get onto the larger, more expensive ones, that might be still considered a casus belli, but it might also not be. In terms of you lost nobody, no harm, no foul, oh, it was an accident or whatever you want to brush it off as. I could see this getting problematic. So this is why I tend to peak them out about 2,000 tons. Which is still, we're talking river class OPV, we're talking a fairly decent sized vessel, especially if you're not including any hotel facilities, etc. But yeah, once you're going up to 5,000-6,000 tons, it's going to be very, very problematic.
It's going to be, yeah. Because also at that point, you really worry if somebody takes it over. If somebody works out how to hack it and gets control of it, that's going to be a big problem because you've sunk a lot of resource into that thing.
A lot of resources. So the whole autonomous Type 32 stuff is also kind of redundant. The spitballing they're doing. Oh, the spitballing they're doing at the moment is about a whole generation of sloops and all sorts of things which are going to be below that. They're not going to be that big. I know there are people talking about the Type 83 being a center of an autonomous systems, but basically... I've been talking about how the Type 26, Type 31, Type 83 and these ships in future could well be the center of their own task groups with smaller, up to 2,000 ton uncrewed surface vessels wandering around with them, so that basically you have a crewed task group. Basically, at the moment, they're trying to lowball that for the Type 83 project, whereby it would be literally the smallest possible ship you can possibly have for the crews and support crews, and then all the weapons are on the uncrewed assets wandering around them. And sensors. Oh, and by the way, for those systems to work at the distances they're talking about, they're going to need more satellites. Which they're not talking about buying. So yeah, it's a case of... I don't see you going above 2,000 tons. Not unless technology and laws change dramatically. Now, if the technology and laws change, then things will be different. But at the moment, with the current projection of tech, etc., I don't see in the next 20 years it being likely that you end up with uncrewed assets which are larger than 2,000 tons. Alright then, so let's do ten more questions. It is 10:30. At the rate we're going through questions, this will probably take us into a fourth hour.
A fourth hour has hit the Bruships.
Hey, I just went and got Tia Maria, so we can see how this goes.
In that case, should Type 32 be a Type 31 plus Type situation? Yeah, Type 30. In a nice way, Type 32 was always going to be an evolved Type 31. It always was going to be. It's going to come from the same yard. It's going to come from the same design team. Why? We've got Naval facility, which is going to have the space to actually do any building. So it's always going to be from there. And we basically signed a contract that we would guarantee a certain number of hulls over a certain number of years to go through that yard to get them to build and reopen and upgrade that yard. So yeah.
What did you say just there, Voxo? Sorry.
Don't worry.
Okay, we've had a question come in from Knight, a question coming from Matthew Keeling, a question coming from Redbeard, so that's up to 3, a question from Stafford, so that's 4, a question from Stepshot, which is 5, question from Sadu, which is was paused, so it hasn't come through. Because Sadu had sent in a Q&A which had been received. So, yeah, won't count that. LEV, question received. So we're up to about 6. Knight 6831 is, again, stopped. Yeah, LEV basically helped out Sadu there. Don't worry, Septishot. We'll see what everyone else thinks in a second when we get to it. Knight's questions now received, so that's up to 8. Sadu, don't worry, LEV has put in your question. So don't worry, Sadu. So we've got 2 more, I think. I think we've got 2 more spaces.
Some may think that I've gone mad with erector set programming power. I was already mad.
But now you're mad with an erector set.
Right now, I'm mad with a.
I don't think anyone has ever questioned whether anyone in this particular panel would have trouble passing a sanity test.
Dragon's probably the best squared off for it.
Right. Ironically, this came up recently. So me and some friends from high school have been starting to go to the pub a bit more frequently now, which is good. In particular, they have tested me for insanity and autism as the two primary ones they wanted to test ours. Partly just jokes that all the friends had done it at some point. According to these official tests, which admittedly they aren't guarantee yes or no, these are indicators. According to them, I have no signs of autism, or no discernible signs of autism, and I am completely sane by most people's standards.
There is no such thing as there's no such thing as a sanity test.
Enough things that are basic for psychological profile, but
Yeah.
is what has more meaning. But yes, because for instance, I know they are a thing because one of my friends had to do had to do two of them for working for the railways, and in particular they failed them because if you don't get a high enough score, you are not allowed to be a driver.
Why does this sound like having a conversation with Sheldon Cooper?
They're also rigged against you.
Tea and Biscuit Gaming. Panel history. If Iron Brew, Royal Fleet Auxiliary, had a fleet of ships like the MV Miranda Guinness for exporting Iron Brew, what would be the impact in the USA and morale in the UK and NATO military? I would say it'd be a massive increase in morale. I'd also say at least one of those ships would possibly be nicked by myself and Drac NFL. Just to, provide for reasonable quality testing. Yes, we'd be taking it for quality testing.
Surely you'd have something more like the Bacchus that was the RFA, that was the floating brewery that we took to the British Pacific Fleet.
Oh, I'll take that as well.
But for Iron Brew.
Yeah. I could moor it not far from here. The sea isn't that far away. And if I was very generous, I could probably arrange for a direct pipeline to my house. You get a one-time use of a magic bonking stick, and a one-time time-traveling ability to use it. When used, the person becomes utterly and permanently convinced on an opinion you impart on them, and they become that opinion's greatest advocate. Who do you use it on, and what do you convince them of, and what would the result be? Oh, good lord. I'm going to let the panel go first while I try and figure this one out.
That is not what I was first thinking of when you said bonking stick.
I know.
Ooh.
I was worried where it was going as well.
Go on, Fox.
Sorry.
Well, the first one that came to mind that would be funny in sort of a crack sort of way would be use it to convince Richard Nixon the moon isn't real.
That would be amusing. There's a lot of them, but I guess for my silly one, hit the GW command people or command person over the head of. Yes, well, we should remove all these unique rules from all these units.
Okay.
Would be my silly
Self-serving,
option while
enjoyable.
I'm trying to think of a more sensible one.
Go ahead.
I was going to say BT. In about sometime in July 1914, that what you're doing at the moment does not represent a competent admiral and is not somebody who will go down well in history. Why don't you change?
I think, honestly, I'm gonna go back to Fisher and Dreadnought and the people involved. I'll probably go to the Prime Minister at the time and it's a one-time. Try to probably use a one-time use magic bonking stick. I will wait till Fisher and the Prime Minister are shaking hands or something, and then hit them on the hands. And I'll convince them, both of them, that A, super firing works for ships, and the British dreadnought should be built with super firing guns. So she still has her 5 turrets, but super firing forward and aft. That those turrets should be triple turrets. And they should be 14-inch guns, and she should be able to do 24 knots. And just see the ripple effect from that. Because that could honestly end the naval race a lot earlier. And that could have all sorts of consequences for the world and the world of history. It'd be fun to see what happens.
I'm gonna go back in time to Beatty, just prior to him getting this suggestion in his head that they should sell the Fleet Air Arm off to the Royal Air Force. That no, air power is critical for naval operations and should be under no circumstances seconded, surrendered, or reduced in any meaningful manner. And just see what happens. Because Beatty's around for Washington, right? Or is that somebody else at that point?
Beatty's around for Washington, yeah. Beatty's around for 7 years as First Sea Lord. The 1918 decision, I think, happens before, though, he's First Sea Lord, so he doesn't really have too much of all that. Continuing on, though, is because of he let it. He was given the option of changing it in the early 1920s, and he decided not to.
Otherwise, I would have to go back to the testing division for the Mark 14 Buord and whack over the head whoever thought that the Mark 6 Exploder and Mark 14 family of torpedoes did not need to have extensive broad spectrum testing.
Oh, good lord, Glasgow Central Station is on fire.
What?
Yeah, Glasgow Central Station is on fire.
Again?
I love how we have like 3 different reactions there.
Basically a vape shop went up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, nice chemical fire. We love them so much.
Well,
Yeah.
Keep in mind, this is Glasgow. So
it's more vape shops than people?
it's more drugs than people.
No.
Did I stutter?
Glasgow has many redeeming features. Says the person whose family comes from a portion of Glasgow.
Yes, and as I recall, and don't correct me, but Glasgow currently has the highest rate of abuse of substance abuse in the UK.
Yes, it does.
So, and some of the most medical cases about it. So, unfortunately, my statement is not. That doesn't mean Glasgow doesn't have nice bits.
I would like to point out, though, that the part
So
that my
does
family shares a name of, because my technical surname is. I got my full surname from my dad. It'll be a triple-barreled one. Technically, instead of just being Clarke, it would be Govan Hewitt Clarke, and there's lovely Elder Park in Govan, and there's also an archaeology centre as well. A few other interesting things, but yeah, Govan's a lovely place. It really is, and you will also find there's a large section of BAE is in Govan. Just opposite Govan, just between Govan and the Clyde. I think from memory the central railway station is not near Govan, though. It's further into Glasgow. It's a nice place. Now, nice to get everyone. If at Denmark Strait, Holland had deployed his ships in a way that played to their strengths, which ship is likely to go down first? Neither, because if they're playing to their strengths, they split up. So that immediately splits Bismarck's fire. So Bismarck can't concentrate her fire on one or the other. She has to split her fire to try and the scenario is going to be which one does she concentrate on? The one which is going at high speed and manoeuvring and firing her 15-inch guns, or the one which is which is using its 14-inch guns and is basically positioning itself to do a slogging match where its rate of fire should, if everything works, its rate of fire should give it the advantage. That's the scenario, basically.
An unhappy situation, which, where what is it? You give them a dilemma, not a problem to solve.
And also, if you're doing that, honestly, you're probably going to have the cruisers get involved as well. It's going to be, you're looking at a scenario like how Bismarck eventually dies, not how Bismarck survives the Denmark Strait. You know, when Tovey's fighting Bismarck, Tovey doesn't believe in leaving things. Basically, Tovey's policy is you take everything, including the kitchen sink and the faucets, and everything you can grab from the cupboard, and you chuck them at the enemy. So basically, in a nicest way, to an extent, Holland is doing the more honourable way to fight, I would argue. He's going with a very strict doctrinal approach of, I don't want to, mix up my fire in any way, shape or form. It is still in the doctrine. It's something which a large chunk of the Royal Navy have stopped following, but it's certainly still in the doctrine, so you can't critique him for that. But yeah, it's not really what I would have done. I would have chucked the cruisers in, the destroyers in, and everything else. How about all of you?
Yeah, I'd have... The question is, do you try and slow down slightly so that your destroyers can stay with you, accepting that you'll intercept at a slightly different point, and have the cruisers come in at the same time to draw off Prince Eugen? Because that would be the best thing, because then you've got 2-on-1 against the cruiser with 8-inch cruisers, 2-on-1 with your battleship, with your capital ships, and you've got a load of destroyers in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's worth it for potentially intercepting at a slightly different time. And I mean, in terms of the lobbing shells, the shell that killed Hood was reasonably unlikely. Certainly less likely than things like a torpedo hitting you somewhere near a propeller shaft or your rudders and causing problems. So it's not that kind of, I'd be steering slightly differently. It's that I would be coordinating so that my cruisers appear ideally about 2 or 3 minutes after the battleships appear to the Germans, if I could get it that nuanced, so that
I would like them to appear actually to the same time, but I can see where you're going from, where they come in. But the thing is, again, if you've got already Hood manoeuvring independently and Bismarck and Prince of Wales manoeuvring independently, then there's no real advantage to the cruisers being held off, because there's going to be no coordination of shot between Hood and Prince of Wales anyway. And so you can have them come in, and basically everyone can engage. They can all engage what they want to. You might end up with a scenario where Hood's engaging the Prince Eugen, and it's the two cruisers and the Prince of Wales engaging the Bismarck. But Bismarck will still be splitting her fire between Hood and the Prince of Wales, presumably.
Essentially what I want to do is to make... The thought with the cruisers was to get Prince Eugen just starting to turn her turrets in one direction when the cruisers appear, so they can get a free shot or two in.
Oh, they're probably able to get a free shot in as well, because, let's be honest, the Germans will probably concentrate on the bigger assets.
And the destroyers can have fun, because neither ship is going to be able to pay that much attention to them, and they might actually get a chance to get in reasonably close, and you've got... Was it 4 or 8 destroyers they had with them?
There's roughly 8 around. It's still a mess. It would be a mess, but it would be a kind of mess where, in the simplest terms, the British would probably come out on top, because the mess would probably work to their advantage.
Yeah,
because they had the numbers.
But I mean, if you've got 8 of your alphabet type destroyers, that's going to be
32-ish torpedoes.
At least 64 21-inch torpedoes.
Yeah, but I was thinking, how many of them are they actually... It's going to sound strange. I was thinking when they're coming in, if they're being careful and not deconflicting with their other ships, then not all of them are probably going to be able to fire.
True, but just think of the if you could get them in a vice and launch from both sides, just think how unhappy that would make everyone.
Okay. Matthew Keeling, if you could preserve one of the Devastation class battleships in the 18th century, which would you choose, and where would your home museum be? Ooh, I have to just check something for the Devastation class. Because I like them, but I want to check, because I think one's built in Pembroke. Thunderer is built in Pembroke. I wanted to check which one. I thought it was Thunderer, but I wanted to check. It would be Thunderer, and she'd be sitting in Pembroke. Because there's already... Portsmouth already has a nice naval museum, etc. But if you had Thunderer sitting in Pembroke, that'd be a really nice centre for a really nice naval museum up there in Wales, and that would be really cool to have a bit of a naval museum like that in Wales. I thought it was Thunderer, but I wanted to check before I started opening up and going Pembroke and Thunderer, you know. Because that'd be cool. Redbeard, what if HMS Eagle didn't get a run aground with entering Plymouth in 1970 and got a phantomization refit? Would she survive long enough to be in the Falklands, like in the Flash Heart alternate history? Potentially. Again, it's going to depend on decisions taken, but also, if you have her have a full refit like Ark Royal, then you have 2 ships sharing the burden, so you get it more likely that a ship does survive. But it's going to depend on the wear and tear, which one survives longer. And there is a real scenario that the Falklands doesn't happen if Britain has a decent carrier, because the Argentinians will probably not want to push that route. One of their arguments for it was that the Sea Harrier was not effective, and therefore they could crush it easily.
The statement of phantomization makes me think of giving Eagle the ability to become intangible and potentially do some level of short-range teleport.
Because it could be quite cool if it could.
The ship into a phantom.
It could be quite cool.
I understand what you mean, but also,
yeah. Stafford, the RCN keeps up its naval program post-World War II to assist the RNS in maintaining its status as the third largest fleet to this day. What would the Royal Canadian Navy look like, and how appreciative are the Royal Navy USN? It's bigger than the Royal Navy to this day now, and it's probably providing its own massive destroyers and frigates. It's probably looks something like the Japanese Navy. Honestly. Yeah, but because Eagle or Ark Royal was in a horrible state, they might end up taking, if they've got Eagle in that condition, they might take Ark Royal in for a refit to fix her, and that might mean she might last longer. Alternatively, that might also mean that because Ark Royals is in a bad state, they might run Eagle harder, which could end up wrecking Eagle in another way, and that might mean Ark Royal lasts longer. So that's the thing, is once you're doing these things, you have to remember that there is... It could go. Being in the best condition can work against you. The example I tend to give is the Tribal Class destroyers. They were the best for many of the commando operations and the high-risk operations, as they were the ones which were most likely to succeed. So they won sent on them, which means you lose a lot of Tribal Class destroyers in those sorts of operations, which then when people look at it going, well, hang on, a lot of this class gets sunk in World War II. They can't have been a good class. And that's that's the analysis you end up having to argue against, because the case of it's based in, look at the numbers of them that lost. They lost this many. Other classes didn't lose that many. You have to explain, well, because they were quite a good class, and in some ways better than those other classes, they were risked more, and that meant they were lost. And the thing is also, on Ark Royal's side versus Eagle, is Ark Royal has a name, Eagle doesn't. Eagle's a very cool name for a ship, and it's a very traditional name for a carrier. But if you're asking the British public about aircraft carriers, Ark Royal ranks in higher than Eagle. And at the moment, there is it's like the thing of, if there had been a third Queen Elizabeth class, what would it have been called? It would have been called Ark Royal. There are many people going, oh, it should be Duke of Edinburgh, it should be this, and there's all sorts of us who might like it to be, but it would have been called Ark Royal.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was actually calls at the time to rename
Yes, there were.
Prince of Wales to Ark Royal.
Yes.
And I think even the Prince of Wales at the time did sign off and going, I'm not against this.
Yes. Prince Charles, as he was at the time, did say he would understand it.
Because I think it was, the Royal Navy should never be without an Ark Royal.
You're not wrong, but also politics is a fun thing.
It's amazing what the politicians will find money for if they really, really want it.
Yeah.
And the opposite is true. You'll be amazed at what the government can choose to scrap when they really want to.
Yeah.
And that's the more depressing case.
Stafford, it's not the Royal Navy that you have to worry about, it's the British governments. And as we've talked over before, their approach to defence since 1975 has been interesting. That even before then, it was opaque to beyond belief. Their approach to defence since, as I covered in the video yesterday, since 1997 has been frankly absurd. Stafford, answer that one. Scepter shot. In that case, should the Type 32 be a Type 31 plus type of situation, like Frem to Frem EVO, or Type 26 to Hunter class? The Type 26 and the Type 26 and let's put it this way: the City class, the Hunter class, and the River class are all basically the same generation. Their variations are the same design. None of them are approved versions of each other. It might be more fun if they were, but they're not. And if the UK did get to a defence budget of 3.5%, I'd probably still be building the Type 32 as an evolved version of the Type 31. But I would be looking at things in terms of accelerating, depending on where the money goes, I would be looking at things like accelerating the AUKUS program in terms of construction, adding on a couple of SSGN versions of the Dreadnoughts, and seeing how quickly increasing the number of Type 26s being bought, and those sort of things. Things which are practical, which are available to do. But 3.5% would be a massive increase in defence spending for Britain at the moment. It'll be a massive increase.
I've been told to hydrate, stretch, and otherwise take care of my meat mech.
And good.
Oh, and I got a bot.
Alright, Ian Calvert. The Japanese decide to make treaty battleships. How does that look like, and do you think it can be more effective than in our Yamato class? If they do go for fast battleships with 16-inch guns, depending on how many they get, that could be more useful, but also it could mean that they actually complete some of their cruiser construction, some of their carrier construction, which they didn't manage to complete while building Yamatos. So that's the main advantage. If it puts less strain on their system and allows them to build more of the other systems, it can give them more flexibility in their overall force, which could be more effective in their totality of their force production. Oh, IO again, it doesn't matter what the politicians want to fund. Again, this is one of the things this is the current scenario we've got going on in the UK in terms of defence. The government really probably doesn't want to increase defence funding now. They've got things they consider more vote winners that they want to do. There's a reason why the big thing coming out of the defence SDSR 2020, well, the SDR 2025 is the Defence Investment Plan, which has been held off and is because it's all about economics and all about giving jobs as far as they're concerned. If Ark Royal could be spun as a jobs programme for a yard and was important to a union and it was a Labour government, it could happen. Even with the Conservatives, it could be patriotic. You have to maintain the Ark Royal, you have to keep it going. It's going to depend on the politics. As we've discussed before, politics is not always logical. Politics always has reasoning, it doesn't necessarily have logic. So you might look at it and go, this is an illogical decision. There is a reason they've gone this illogical route, because of the image and the narrative. That doesn't hold up to a logical inquiry. LAV, what would you need to change for 3,000 ton plus uncrewed surface assets to become a thing? Honestly, there would need to be some really strong rules and guidelines about those what kind of protection they have under law. Are they going to be a casus belli if they get attacked? Also, their operational standards in open waters. Once you're getting above that size, you start to become a hazard to quite a lot of other shipping if you bash into them. So, what are going to be the rules? Who's going to be held responsible if they do bash into something? Is it going to be the nearest captain of a crewed Royal Navy vessel, or is it going to be the person who was controlling it from back in the UK? That's going to be the thing. You're going to also need to deal with some of the maintenance issues, and you're going to need to work out the software issues of command and control to make sure they're secure. Because just imagine if something that size and the capabilities that size could be bringing gets hacked. The thing is, at about 2,000 tons, they've probably got enough capabilities that they're useful, but not so much that they're lost due to something silly is going to be devastating. But once you start getting above there, you start working in some ideas and things.
And I would also say that if you have a uncrewed system or an uncrewed system that brings forth an undesired result, whether that's bumping into something, an uncommanded weapons discharge, whatever, you're then and somebody is severely injured or killed as a result, you have to work out the civil liability of who gets sued, especially in an American context. Does the government get sued? Does Lockheed Martin get sued? Does Anthropic get sued? Who gets sued? And that's part of the legality that has to be worked out.
Now,
can the Navy sue Lockheed for the failure kind of thing?
IO, just to point this out again, it wouldn't be necessarily wouldn't necessarily be in 1978. It could be earlier, we've talked about. But also, you're saying all this about it being economical and stupid and all these things. The Victorious refit. Britain has precedents for stupidity when it comes to refitting of things with certain names, and it being, therefore, we can't allow this to fail once we started a refit. and pouring large amounts of money in stupidly, because it politically cannot be allowed to fail. So, whilst I agree with you on a logical standpoint, this is the thing, I agree with you from a logical ship quality, ship, maintenance and steel standpoint. But from looking at it from the politics, whilst it should be Eagle, probably considering her maintenance, considering the actual what state the ship's in, I wouldn't want to guarantee that, because if Eagle's around and gone through her phantomization program, and she's in a good nick and all these things, then someone might take in Ark Royal for a little refit to try and fix some things to make it more operational. They find out more, they end up doing more because they can't let Ark Royal fail, and it spirals on and on and on until you practically rebuild the whole ship.
Which I don't think the Royal Navy would necessarily turn down.
Yeah, it depends where the money comes from. Night Security for one. If at Denmark Strait Holland been able to pull off a night attack, what would the plan have entailed? Probably waiting till they get close enough that they start to see the German guns move. That's British Royal Navy doctrine in night warfare. Just keep getting closer and closer and closer until you see the enemy guns twitch.
Can you see guns twitch on radar, or are they getting within visual range for the conditions?
Visual.
They're pretty much visual for watching it. Which you might think, well, with Germans with their radar control gunnery, is that going to work? Are they going to use their radar gunnery at range? The Germans might, but they also might not. Because they might wait to confirm the identity of what they're engaging. They might not, but they might do so. And the British have radar control gunnery as well, and so it'll be an interesting one. Tea and Biscuit Gaming 5905. Alt Future, USA, reactivation of USS Midway due to a crisis that results in other US aircraft carriers being sunk. How would the panel modification modernize for the 2020s? No. Just no.
Yeah, no.
The ship's in no condition to be reactivated. No.
Yeah, I've been on Midway. I love her, but no.
I think if I was American, that was a situation where I was doing, I would probably ask BAE for the gas-powered Catabar design they produced of the Queen Elizabeth for the French, the whatever that was called, and rapidly churn up a yard and build that as rapidly as I could. That's probably your best option, because increasing the rate of production in the nuclear yard is going to be difficult. Going for a gas-powered gas-powered integrated electric emails 70,000-ton carrier is probably your best option, and the current design, which has already been worked out and designed to a standard which you can rapidly build it, you're not going to spend years having to, will be that option. And they would hate it. But
she's been too heavily museumified, but also, if you've gotten to the point where all 12 U.S. CVNs have been taken out of service for long enough that this makes sense.
Yeah.
You're probably going to start looking at surrender options more so than how do we refit the midways.
If that's a scenario you're dealing with, you have to ask what the fricks happened.
Yeah.
You do have to answer what the fricks happened.
And that's I mean that for any government, because if you've lost that many carriers,
yeah.
How? Why? What happened?
What I'm going to say is I'm going to open questions for another 10. And can the panel do me a favour and keep chatting away while I'm going to take Poodle, put him in a garden, and send him off to his bed, because he's complaining it's bedtime. It's actually been bedtime for 2 hours as far as you're concerned, aren't you, my little man? 10 questions, please.
Yes. How dare you ignore him?
I think arrives Tuesday. How are you doing then, Voxo? You been quiet?
Yeah, been quiet. I'm playing a new HIO game. Don't know what to think of it yet.
Okay.
Good. The automated system works still.
Automated system?
That's 1, that's 2, that's 3.
Also, I despise Every. They are useless. They're just as useless as Hermes was beforehand.
Yes.
Despite what?
Every. The delivery service.
Ah,
They are. I've already got Soyuz Knight, so not really. In general, at the moment, my interest in playing as your lane's been dwindled because my phone is suffering.
So,
Are you counting in French or something there?
nope. 7. Not quite. I had a question. I've forgotten it.
It's useful chocolate. Now you say that, but I've actually
Oh.
seen someone put forward a valid case for a useful chocolate fireguard, Steve.
And it would be tasty.
Exactly. Like I've seen various ones, put forward very, very good things about them. So,
Fine.
yeah, I could play it on an emulator, but that's just annoying to do. And also, if I'm playing it on PC, I'm not playing something else. How would
What do you-
Mikasa fare from it?
What are you playing on
It would be
emulator?
adorable.
No.
Basically, part of the reason why I've not been playing as your lane much lately is because my phone is currently at, I
2.
think it is 66.5 gigabytes out of 67 gigabytes internal storage.
Yeah, mine's now currently at 127 a point something out of 128. I'm
And
going to have
it's
to do some
also,
work on it.
well, I've already deleted everything I can off it, but also it's a Galaxy A12, which
Ouch.
is old.
Would you like my S20?
So I'm currently apart from the fact that I might have spent more money than I should have on Warhammer, I'm going to be using my first paycheck to get a more modern phone. I'm not going to say a new phone because I'm planning to go to CEX, but
I tend to buy the best of last year's models. I
was
never
looking
buy
at
I never buy a
A52.
this year's phone as a rule. I wait until they've been out for a year and I can trust the reviews. And people have actually lived with it.
Also, I prefer Samsungs for various reasons.
Yeah.
But also, they've removed the 3.5mm head audio jack from most of them.
I know.
From all of them.
They have, the one I'm looking at, Runon, is the A52, which is the last one, which has a 3.5mm audio jack.
Oh, my mum has that and loves it.
And they are from 2021. So, bit out of date, but they're also the top of the line for 2021.
Mm.
And reviews seem good. Oh, trust me, Thomas, if Runon was shipping anything from the US, phones would it would not be a phone. I've seen their pile of shame. There is items there of interest.
You're not basically. There's nothing in my pile except for that land speeder that I'm really interested in hucking at you.
Yes, I know.
Um,
That's the thing that interests.
And also, given that there is a notional plan for me to budget a couple extra days into my, oh God, this is going to be a really expensive trip and lost revenue, but I'm going to take it anyway because it's not like I'm going to get another chance to do it this way. Tag along with the Falklands. I may be able to meet up with you and huck you some stuff.
Or you could just use the British Postal Service where you wouldn't have to pay,
Yes,
import-export
but
charges.
the couple of days I want to tack on there is to do some employment research.
Well, if you happen to head up north, or I can meet you somewhere, we're more than willing to do so.
Right. We've got some questions.
All the questions?
And anyone who's got recommendations for phones which have 3.5mm jacks, please put them in the comments below. I know Dragon's probably done a research and already made up his mind, but he might well look at some of the options and go, ooh, if he hasn't considered them. Because it is different if you get people's actual lived with experiences of living with a phone for a while. Again, this is something I tend to look for in my reviews. I look for people who've lived with the phone for 6 or so months and actually lived it for 6 or so months. Not... I do love the professional reviewers who basically go through a phone almost a week, reviewing the phones, and they give you some really interesting ideas, but there's always part of me which goes, yeah, but I'm going to be living with this phone for the next 3 or 4 years, because I upgrade my phone on sort of that sort of cycle. Maybe it'd be nicer to sort of have some information about longer term use.
I try to push mine out to 6 because I'm spending so much money on a single.
Walter,
phone.
are you running a couple of minutes behind everyone else on the video? Have you checked if you're running a couple of minutes behind? Because it seems to me you always seem to be slightly behind on when the questions are open. Has the Royal Navy ever considered building an SGN? Yes, they have. There was plans for the 5th R class of the Vanguard of their SPNs to potentially be an SGN. There were discussions with the Vanguards. There were even discussions with the Dreadnoughts. But so far it's never actually happened. Redbeard, what would you name 2 other new Royal Fleet Auxiliary solid support ships? I recommend RFA, Regent, and Resources. So... the Royal Navy's sort of... current Fleet Solid Support Ship program and their names have actually been listed out as to what they're going to be. What is it? They have been listed out. I'm trying to look. I'm looking at the Royal Navy's own website to see if I can find the information.
Is it bad? I'd want to call them things like...
Well, they've started off with Resurgent as one, the first in class. So I presume they are keeping to our... So Regent and Resources are potentially 2 options. If we consider... Resurgent...
Reluctant? Recalcitrant?
Reliant.
Well, previously, Resurgent was a Retainer class armament storage ship, and she was originally called Chankao, and her sister was Retainer. So realistically, RFA Retainer we would expect Retainer to be one of them. It's interesting they've gone for ships which are names for vessels which were how do I put it? They were ships which were originally designed for the China Navigation Company, which were then, when the communists won in 1949, were no longer needed, and so the Admiralty purchased them and eventually turned them into RFA store ships. Yeah. So I would expect Retainer to be part of one of them. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Regent was one of them. Resource, yeah. There's a good few. No, there's the R names. Remember again, you have to remember RFA don't have warship names. They have names which symbolize what they do.
No, repulsive, not repulse, repulsive.
No,
In the same way as redundant, recalcitrant.
no, those are all Those are names which are far too aggressive for an RFA ship. Think about it. It's retainer. It's these ships. Resupply. I think there is actually that's HMAS resupply as well. I think that's a
no. It's HMAS supply. The supply ship.
Supply ship. The supply ship. Yeah, and that's sort of the Australians have carried on the same naming history. So supply ships, store ships, they get names which are. Argus is a warship name, but Argus is a bit of a weird one.
Argus was an aviation support ship, so was taking on from that.
It sort of fits with that scenario.
And the original, the first carrier Argus had an interesting time because got considered an auxiliary at times as well. Yeah.
Mm. Nice to get everyone. If from HMS Dreadnought on, all Dreadnought R and Dreadnoughts up to the Queen Elizabeth were built with superfiring turrets fore and aft and Athar midships, would that allow the Royal Navy to get improvement elsewhere? That would make them longer. Being superfiring don't make them probably longer than they were historically, and would make them longer and narrower in beam. Now, what does that mean? That means they have a better length to beam ratio, which means they might have more efficient hulls, which means their speed might be higher. For the same power, their speed might be a bit higher. So you could be talking about a 22-knot Royal Navy fleet rather than 21-knot fleet. And what impact does that have? That's going to be interesting. But realistically, superfiring is not going to change other parts of the design unless there is thought put into those other parts of the design. It is going to increase the broadside strength. It is going to mean the British ships don't have an 8-gun broadside, they have a 10-gun broadside, which is going to mean the Germans are going to have to think about their construction because, of course, when they're designing their ships, they go with a hexagonal layout of turrets, and that's going to give them an 8-gun broadside. Which could be seen as a disadvantage. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how it works. But yeah, length to beam ratio can, especially when you're dealing with something the size of a Dreadnought already, can have an impact on speed. It will also have an impact on the layout of the boilers and the fuel supplies, because if you don't have the wing turrets cause an immense fun in terms of the design you put into the hull, and what the hull space in the hull and the shaping of the hull. So all these things could actually assist. RFA Reloader. Now, that wouldn't surprise me if there had actually been one with that name.
Silly question. Could you have built Dreadnought with oil? Or was the technology not quite there yet?
It was percolating, but not quite there at a level which you trusted for a capital ship. But it's right. It's kind of like... Remember, I've talked about it before. The technology often appears and often is tested out on cruisers first, especially small cruisers, because they are large enough to test out and be a viable test of technology. They're small enough that if they muck up, you can quietly get rid of them. Lions, what if in 1997 the British Parliament passed an act today enforcing that any ship cannot be retired or scrapped until its successor has been fully commissioned? Well, unfortunately, in Britain, there is a law, there is a historical precedent and tradition that one parliament cannot bind a future parliament. So whilst you could pass that act, all it would take to reverse it is another act in parliament. So you could pass it so that a ship cannot be retired or scrapped until the successor has been fully commissioned. But that means you could also say, well, the ship could be tied to a pier side, and it's therefore it's not being retired or scrapped, it's just sitting on the pier side, not being used. Until a ship's commissioned, you could claim that this ship is replacing multiple ships. There are many ways to get round that kind of act in that legislature. But it would have an impact. It would change the bit of defence debate when people are cutting things, because they would have to be careful how they cut it. Because would you want to pass the Act of Parliament through? And turn it into that kind of a fight would be interesting. But there again, if you're considering especially the Labour majorities in the early 2000s, they probably wouldn't be bothered by it. And that's going to be the first government. And once they've blown through it, then no one else is going to bother about it. And if you consider the 2010 government was entirely based around, we're cutting because of national security, because of national economic security. Everything was about economic security. And this is one of the interesting things you get into, because you start talking about economic security and you go, great, economic security is important. What happens if your sea lines of communication, if you're worried about your economic security, then surely you're worried about your sea lines of communication where all your trade flows. If you consider British imports of energy, British imports of food, British imports of goods, and a lot of goods, and there's this lovely phrase crept in, which is short sea routes versus long sea routes. Short sea routes include anywhere in Europe and the Mediterranean. Long sea routes include anywhere else in the world. So,
well, thank goodness we haven't gone away and annoyed the rest of Europe recently and made it harder to trade with them.
No, this actually came out after Brexit. I'm sorry. This is a post-Brexit thing.
Yeah, I know, but just generally, if we're thinking about short-term, short route.
The interesting thing about the short routes and the idea is that their belief is that Britain, it's the NATO partners which provide security for the short routes, along with the Royal Navy. And basically for the long routes, they're looking at international partners and the Royal Navy. That's how they're phrasing it. Even though they do say that we are economically dependent upon the sea manoeuvres. You could try and pass a minimum number of hulls of each type, but as the US Navy would point out, what's their minimum number of aircraft carriers they're supposed to have by law?
12.
How many do they actually have?
11, I think.
Yep.
One's still pierside at least one is still pierside at Newport News.
Yep. The French have a fund system as well. And the thing is, you can pass these rules, you can make it very difficult, but they still have to get it through. I would say, if you were going to make it, you would have to make it so that it was a sort of tied standard minimum numbers for not just the Navy, but also the Army and the Air Force. And all three lobbies were linked in, and that law was made very much ironclad as you either all the minimums are maintained or none of the minimums are maintained. And that would be interesting. It would make it more of an interesting lobby for people to try and deal with. But also, what would you lock up in 1997? How would you number it, you know?
And then people start talking about, oh yes, but this ship is 1.5 times as capable as that one, so we can get away with just having 2 instead of 3.
Yeah.
But, you know.
It still can't, but the free ship, they can only be a ship can only be in one place at a time. Only be in one place at a time. As I regularly try and explain something. I know half of the US carriers are Thanos snapped and swapped with 10 Essexes. You have 2 years grace before it's noticed somehow. What do you do? Cry. Oh, good lord. I have 10 years that can I even strengthen the decks to the point at which they can take modern carrier aircraft landing and taking off?
Doubt it.
Oh, good god, I have to rebuild their entire... If they are brand new ships, oh god, I honestly cry because they're not architecture to take the weights. They've not got the lifts you have to modify to take the weights and the size of aircraft. Hangar should be okay in terms of size. You haven't got anyone who's used to dealing with steam plants like that who are currently still left in service. So you might well have to rip out all their engines and replace them with gas turbines. Cry is a good starting point. But other than that, a massive rebuild program.
To be honest, they almost feel like they'd be more use maybe as amphibs.
See, Clarke, welcome to the strike helicopter platform. Yeah, honestly, the F-35B could be your friend. If you can make the modifications to the deck to take the weight and the heat.
Are the hangars tall enough to take F-35 plus Apache?
I think their hangars were pretty tall. They were 17 foot 6 inches, and the F-35B. Let's see. Let's go to its height. Okay, stats page. Lockheed Martin, please have your height on it. It's going to be tight. It's 14 foot 4 inches. So you can fit it in, but good luck doing maintenance on it. Because you got 3 foot 2 inches of clearance.
It's okay, we'll just make sure we employ short technicians.
Suddenly, you're going to be very keen on recruiting female aircraft mechanics, because on average they're going to be shorter. You are going to be... There's going to be efforts made in schools to get girls into air engineering, and I'm talking. They're going to go into schools and go, okay, where are the really short cheerleader types?
Are you interested in STEM?
Yeah. Literally, because you're going to want people who've got high dexterity, quite good ability to get themselves into tight spaces, and. Yeah, all those things. Basically, yeah, you can. A lot of people going Foxo job opportunity here. I'm not sure if Foxo wants this job, but she might enjoy it.
Yeah, there is a slight issue of the current administration trying to get women out of forward roles.
Yeah, aircraft mechanics I don't think are a role which they are actually talking about in that one. And they're having fun, because one of the heroes of the recent operation is a lady F-15 lady F-15 pilot who did really, really well when she got her plane got shot out of the sky. Stu, what systems would you see put on modern nuclear-powered cruiser, British and or American? Basically, take whatever... Let's put it this way. I've long been an arguer that for making a modern cruiser, if it's going to be nuclear-powered, you basically take whatever you're putting on your largest destroyer, multiply up the weapons a bit, and give it nuclear power. Which is what the Americans used to do with their nuclear-powered cruisers. They basically took their destroyer leaders, and they went, okay, we're going to increase this a bit and give it nuclear power. And we'll build one of them for each batch of 6 or so.
Stafford.
It worked well.
Take a page out of Sadu. They got a much better joke than you do.
Look, we're going to have no Olympics-based jokes in this chat.
That one isn't just Olympics-based. That's just hormonal, barely better than teenagers jokes.
Carol on 5-1. Which of the World War II classes subs of your nation would you want to serve in if you had to? Well, I can answer for Steve before he even gets up here. He would want to serve on a T-class boat.
You know what my answer would be?
None of them.
Exactly.
If I'm going to have to get on one for the British, it'd probably be a U or a V class, because I might as well be in the most lethal thing I can be on. Yeah.
I'd be curious what the inside of it. I would be curious to serve on a T class. That could be amusing.
Yeah.
Just, yes, there's a convoy coming. How many torpedoes do we have? All of them. Good.
Yeah, launching 10 torpedoes at a convoy in one salvo. Yes. Hello, we want to make sure we hit something. We're launching a large enough salvo, we mathematically are going to hit something.
Yeah, the problem is that you end up misused. You have a lovely boat designed for the South China Sea and taking on the Japanese. So naturally you deploy them to the Mediterranean and the really tight confines of the North Sea.
Yeah.
And then wonder why they get sunk.
Stafford, the Royal Canadian Navy jumps on Type 83 built as a cruiser. What modifications do they make as Type 26 are destroyers, and how beneficial would they be in the Arctic scenario? Probably going to come crammed with every VLS they can get their hands on, and it's going to have a probably ice-spec'd hull to an extent. More than the British will probably ice-spec it. LOV, do you think the current situation as highlighted in these days regarding the Royal Navy will have an impact regarding its situation, since even with the 2025 paper it looked like they were Dragon? We'll see what happens. Basically, we'll see how this continues on. If this becomes something which keeps going, that's the thing is, if the whole saga with the Royal Navy and its ships keeps going and doesn't last over the weekend and lasts into next week, the longer it lasts in the news, the longer it lasts on Twitter, the longer ministers, etc., are getting tagged in things on Twitter about it and these things, the more their perception of it being a big story, the more likely they're going to do something to change it. Take care, KVG. But it's one of those cases of, literally, you can usually measure the actions and reactions of government by how long something's going on the news and how long it continues to dominate the conversation. Right, Runon, resident
Transition.
Yeah, I know. But I was just reading it going, is that... For some reason I wanted to say resident patrician, I have no idea why. As in the Roman sort of level of, senior nobles. I don't know why, but that was that flashed from my mind. I have no idea why, but it wasn't going, shall I? No. Don't, no, it's a bad joke. It would need to be explained. It's not going to be funny to anyone else, but it just was going through my head, so that's what the whole pause was. What happens if the interwar World War II USN fleet boats are built with significant mainline capacity in addition to their normal capabilities? Then the USN might actually have an advantage in some of the earlier fights, because in some of the withdrawing fights they could leave some very nasty minefields behind them.
And then we find out that the U.S. submarines use the Mark 6 as well.
Hey, fun times. 9681. If the USN built 12 Kids destroyers, 88 Spruance destroyers, 243 frigates, including 108 OHPs, 103 Knox, and 6 Brooks, 24 Garcias, and 2 Bronsteins, how much more does all these extra ships force the Soviets to respond, or can the USSR even respond? They can't respond, and also you have just built a massive navy. You are talking about you're having 340 plus escorts. That's a lot of ships. Timu, what if the Royal Navy goes full nuclear in the 50s? It could be interesting. It could define it. Well, I would presume full nuclear would be you go for nuclear-powered destroyers, and everything above nuclear, everything above that is also nuclear-powered that you build, and because you wouldn't make frigates nuclear-powered. It's too noisy for the frigate's job at that time. It'll be interesting. It would certainly see a size growth in the ships, because you're not going to build a Type 42 which is nuclear powered. It's far too small. Basically, nuclear powered, you're probably going to be looking at ships which are about 10 to 12,000 tons. You know, somewhere along the lines of that sort of scenario. Because, again, it's the value of it. So you're more likely to have things which have multiple CDAR launchers, helicopters for your destroyers and whatnot. It would be interesting. The British would have more docking problems than they do traditionally with their global presence missions and patrols. But yeah, you could do it. Multiple Brothers, you don't get all the nuclear fanboyism. Basically, nuclear power provides the ability to theoretically deploy your ships without having to worry about logistics of fuel. So you still so basically you use food, you have food, you have to make sure you have extra storage for food, etc. But you don't have to worry about fuel for the ship. Theoretically, that's very, very useful and long-term fueling, and it allows your ship to operate, you know, as long as you can maintain its food supplies. And it's aviation fuel for just aircraft, obviously, which is usually a lot easier and a lot quicker to offload. You can keep it at sea for a very, very long time. It theoretically offers a very efficient model of force maximization. Realistically, as I've said before, when I've been talking about nuclear-powered cruisers, I usually sit there and go, okay, if I have nuclear aircraft carriers, I probably do want a nuclear-powered cruiser, at least one of them, per carrier, to act as the escort for that carrier when that carrier has to do strategic moves. Which I talked about before, when they have to check, when you want to rapidly move them between theatres and you want them to go the whole way at 40-something knots. Because the other ships are going to struggle, if not find it impossible to keep up with them. And you basically have another surface group, you have a surface action group or something waiting to receive them when they get into that theatre, so they then have their escorts. But that's a scenario where it becomes a viable thing, a useful thing. That and maybe having something as a bit of a global presence tool wandering around going, hello, I'm the really big friend who turns up to make a big statement. Because I am nuclear powered, and therefore that's going to automatically make headlines. Because it's a nuclear powered cruiser, it's a diplomatic headline already. But there are combat damage concerns, there are basing issues, there are all sorts of things as well, which is what mitigates against having large numbers of them. And it's one of the reasons why, to an extent, the British haven't gone down that route. We're kind of unusual in that we are the only nation which has consistently operated large numbers of nuclear-powered submarines. Relatively consistently. I know currently the fleet's rather shrunken, but relatively consistently large, and haven't pursued a nuclear-powered surface ship in any form, because the French, of course, have the Charles de Gaulle, the Russians, of course, had the Kirovs, and were looking at nuclear-powered carriers. The Chinese keep dabbling with the idea of nuclear-powered carriers, but they've only really just got their sort of SS and submarine fleet really going as a larger force. The Americans, of course, have their carriers, used to have cruisers, and have their sort of submarines. Britain's a bit weird in that we haven't gone down that route. And one of the things, again, is because of the basing scenario, we usually had quite a few bases around. Yeah, but the costs aren't that massive. We've already got a program which is producing reactors. So pretty much more or less, so they do tend to build into them. Despite them being slightly different reactors, they all tend to benefit from the existing programs. So it's not really as cost prohibitive as you might think it would be. The manning requirements, again, not as cost prohibitive. Again, look at the numbers on a British submarine versus an American submarine, and they often have very similar shared design reactors, produced by different people but produced a similar design. Again, crewing, manning of reactors depends on certain nations have slightly different policies on these things. Scrapping requirements, well, the UK has... I think Sellafield's nuclear processing facility has become pretty darn important, and it is now working. That's why the British are now starting to scrap our nuclear submarine fleet. Sellafield is now working. We do now have a working process, so we do have that. And limited yards. We actually have Camel Laird's, we have Southampton, and we have one of the Scottish yards actually are all certified to do nuclear builds, apart from the submarine one, Barrow. It's kind of weird. Britain has all these things in place, but hasn't ever done it. So with that done, I'd say that's, and we're at 10 to midnight. I'm going to say we're going to call it there. It's been nearly 4.5 hours. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Well, they don't have them now, plural, but they did originally build 4, so they did originally have plural when they were the Soviet Union. I know they have only 1 now, but you know. But Southampton's declared it's nuclear free. Interesting enough, Southampton has declared it's nuclear free, but they still have technically a nuclear certified yard. We'll leave that to one side. Or dock facility. It's a fun quirk. The licenses still exist, as I understand it. I was having this conversation a couple of weeks ago with a guy who's a lawyer friend of mine in Southampton, and he was explaining it all to me, and I was sitting there going, so you mean they've stated one thing, but they're still paying for the license? Yes. It's a classic British solution where they're making a whole lot of loud noises about being nuclear free, and they've still got the certification. So if enough money came their way, well, you know, maybe they could change their mind. Anyway, thank you very much to the panel for being here. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Foxo. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everyone who's been in the chat, chatting away. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it interesting. We have another one of these next week. I think there is a week coming up where it's going to be moved, or rather possibly not taking place, because I'm going to be being a course director for Justin Craig, off doing what I love to do, which is, you know, looking after A-level and GCSE students and helping them make sure they get good grades in their A-levels and GCSEs. But I'll be moving that around and sorting out this week. I had a bit of a full week last week with all the internet and other upgrades we've had done in the house. It's been a bit fun. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being here, and take care. This is the point at which I wonder if I can't hear anything from Discord, because Discord's logged me out, and this means no one can get through.
No, we were just being quiet.
You're just being quiet.
I like potatoes.
Right, so is that it shut off then for now?
Just shutting it down now. Just putting on the running screen, saying bye-bye to everyone. And